They were humanity's salvation, and they were built from stolen children. Both of these things are true, and the space between them is where the real story of the Spartan program lives. A story the unified Earth government told in one version to the trillions who needed heroes, and buried in another version so deep that revealing it could have shattered the very morale the Spartans existed to protect. To the people of the embattled human worlds, the Spartans were a miracle in green armor, soldiers who could not be beaten, who walked into battles no one else could survive and walked back out, who turned the tide of a war that by every rational measure, humanity should have lost. They were living proof that the darkness could be held back, that the species had a future, that someone impossibly strong stood between the ordinary people of human space and the fire coming down from the sky. But behind that miracle lay a truth that the men and women who built it understood from the very beginning and carried like a stone they could never set down. The Spartans were not volunteers. The first true generation of them were not even adults. They were children, taken from their homes and their families, remade in secret into weapons, and sent to die in a war they had never chosen. And as the war grew more desperate, the program that made them would grow darker still, until it was breeding orphans by the hundreds, specifically to spend them. This is the story of how far a species will go, when survival is the only thing left, to build the saviors it cannot live without. If you find comfort in drifting off to deep lore and the quiet histories of what it costs to survive, consider subscribing. It helps these stories find you on the nights when sleep needs a steady voice to follow into the dark. And if you are listening from somewhere in the world right now, leave a note in the comments telling me where you are and what hour the clock shows. There is a quiet comfort in knowing the same story reaches so many different rooms across the turning of one long night. Let us begin. The Spartan program did not begin with armored giants. It did not begin with the Covenant, or the burning of worlds, or the desperate arithmetic of a species fighting for its survival against an enemy it could not reason with and could barely slow. It began in a quieter and more terrestrial kind of desperation, in an age when humanity's greatest threat was not an alien fleet descending from the stars, but the fractures running through the body of human civilization itself, the deepening cracks between the worlds humanity had built and the authority that claimed to govern them. By the mid-26th century, the human species had spread itself across dozens of worlds. This was a remarkable achievement by any measure, the product of slipspace technology that had opened the stars to colonization, of generations of settlers who had endured the crossing of interstellar distances to plant flags and raise children on soil that had never known a human footstep before theirs. The outer colonies, as the more distant settlements came to be known, were in many respects the truest expression of the human impulse to move outward, to seek ground beyond the horizon, to build something new at the edge of the known. They were hard worlds, often, worlds that demanded everything their colonists had, that tested the limits of what communities could endure and still hold together. The people who survived on them were shaped by that hardness in ways that the more comfortable citizens of the inner colonies and Earth itself sometimes found difficult to understand. And the understanding ran, increasingly, in only one direction: the unified Earth government, the central political authority that nominally governed all of human space, had been built for a different era. Its structures, its bureaucracies, its military apparatus had been designed around a human civilization that was smaller, more concentrated, more coherent. As the outer colonies multiplied and matured, the distance between the governed and their government grew, not just in the literal sense of the light years that separated a frontier world from Earth, but in the deeper sense of culture, of priority, of whose needs the machinery of the UEG was organized to serve. Taxation regimes that felt reasonable to administrators in the inner colonies felt like extraction to settlers who had built their worlds with their own hands and received little in return. Regulations designed to protect established industries in the core worlds strangled nascent economies on the frontier. Appointments to colonial governments were made by people who had never seen the worlds they were administering and had no particular interest in visiting them. The resentment that grew from these conditions was not a sudden thing. It accumulated across years, across generations, across the slow accumulation of decisions that each seemed individually defensible and collectively communicated one clear message to the people of the outer colonies: you are peripheral. What you need is secondary. What you want is irrelevant. The UEG is not governing you so much as it is governing over you, and the distinction matters. By the early 26th century, that resentment had begun to express itself in organized ways. Political movements that had once contented themselves with petitions and protests gave way to organizations that were willing to act outside the structures of law they believed had already failed them. What the UEG and its military arm, the United Nations Space Command, came to call the insurrection was not a single coordinated uprising with a unified command structure and a clear political program. It was something more diffuse, and in many ways more difficult to address. A distributed network of resistance movements, each with its own local grievances and its own particular methods, connected by shared sentiment and occasional coordination rather than by any central authority. Some insurrectionist groups confined themselves to civil disobedience, others engaged in sabotage of UEG infrastructure. Others still crossed the line into what could only be called terrorism: bombings, assassinations, attacks on UNCIRC personnel and facilities that killed soldiers and civilians without distinction. The UNSCI's response was the response of an institution that knew how to fight wars, but was not designed to navigate the ambiguities of counterinsurgency. Its conventional military forces were formidable in the context they had been built for: large-scale engagements between organized formations, the projection of overwhelming force against clearly defined enemies. Against insurgents who melted into civilian populations, who had no fixed installations to bomb and no supply lines to interdict, who could strike anywhere in human space and then vanish, the UNSCO found itself perpetually off balance. Every heavy-handed response to an attack risked generating more recruits for the organizations it was trying to destroy. Every moderated response read, to the insurgents and the populations from which they drew support, as evidence that resistance worked. The mathematics of the counterinsurgency were unfavorable, and the people who did the mathematics understood this. What the UNSCO needed, and what it was beginning to articulate in the classified planning documents that circulated through its most senior command structures, was something other than conventional military force. It needed soldiers capable of operating in the spaces where conventional forces could not: infiltrators, operatives, individuals capable of the kind of precise, targeted, intelligence-driven action that might address insurgent networks without the civilian cost and political blowback that accompanied the deployment of heavy units. It needed, in a word, a capability it did not yet possess. And the question of how to build that capability was one that a number of very intelligent and very serious people were beginning to turn their attention toward, in the years before anyone in human space had ever heard of a species called the Covenant. Project Orion emerged from this context as the first and most tentative answer to the problem of what an enhanced human soldier might be. The program's origins are difficult to date precisely, partly because the relevant records were classified at levels that kept them from most institutional historians for decades, and partly because the concept of the enhanced soldier had been gestating in various forms across multiple branches of the UNSCI's research apparatus for years before it cohered into anything resembling a formal program. What can be said with confidence is that by 2491, Orion had acquired enough organizational form and enough institutional backing to begin its first operational phase, a program of voluntary recruitment from among existing UNSCO Special Operations personnel followed by a regimen of physical and chemical augmentation designed to push the human body beyond its natural limits. The volunteers who entered Orion in its first phase were, by any measure, already exceptional people. They had been selected from units that were themselves selective, personnel who had already demonstrated the kind of physical ability, mental resilience, and tactical intelligence that placed them among the best soldiers the UNs could produce through conventional training and development. They were adults in the full sense of that word, experienced, mature, self-aware individuals who understood, to the degree that any person can understand such a thing in advance, what they were agreeing to. They signed the relevant documents, submitted to the relevant medical evaluations, and entered facilities that officially did not appear on any organizational chart that circulated outside the highest levels of UNS command. What was done to them there was crude by the standards of what would come later. The augmentation protocols of the Orion program were the products of a science that was still finding its footing. Chemical treatments intended to increase muscular density and endurance, procedures designed to improve neural transmission speeds and reflex responses, experimental interventions in human physiology that had been developed through research programs whose ethical review processes had been, to put the matter gently, expedited. The scientists who designed these protocols believed in what they were doing. They had data suggesting that the interventions would work. They had models predicting the degree of enhancement that successful augmentation would produce. What they did not have, and what no amount of modeling could substitute for, was the irreplaceable knowledge of what these procedures would actually do to real human bodies in practice. Some of what they did worked. The volunteers who responded well to the augmentation protocols emerged from the program with genuine and measurable improvements to their physical and cognitive capabilities, faster, stronger, more resilient than they had been before, in ways that were detectable not just in controlled testing environments, but in actual operational deployment. These individuals went on to serve in roles where their augmented capabilities made real differences, and the UNSCI's assessments of their performance were, in those cases, genuinely positive. But the failure rate was a problem that could not be minimized. A significant portion of the Orion volunteers did not respond well to the augmentation protocols. Some suffered debilitating side effects, physiological damage that reduced rather than enhanced their capabilities, medical complications that required extensive treatment and left permanent consequences. Others experienced adverse reactions severe enough to end their military careers entirely. A smaller number did not survive the augmentation process at all. The mortality and severe morbidity rates were not catastrophic by the standards of some of the more extreme research programs the UNSA had conducted in classified contexts, but they were not acceptable either. Not for a program that was asking experienced, valuable soldiers to volunteer themselves as experimental subjects, and not for a bureaucracy that had to account, however quietly, for the human cost of its ambitions. Orion's second phase, which ran in the early decades of the 26th century, attempted to refine what the first phase had produced, to improve the augmentation protocols, to better identify candidates who would respond favorably, to reduce the failure rate to something that could be sustained. It achieved some of these goals. The second phase produced soldiers who were, on balance, more reliably enhanced than their predecessors, and the UNSCI deployed a number of them in roles where their capabilities were genuinely valuable. But the program never achieved the transformative results its architects had projected. The augmentations it could produce in adult subjects, bodies that had already finished developing, that had already committed to fixed physical configurations, were improvements, not reinventions. They made good soldiers better. They did not make soldiers into something qualitatively different, something that could change the strategic calculus of the counterinsurgency in the ways the program's most ambitious proponents had imagined. Orion was eventually wound down, not with any dramatic announcement, not with any public acknowledgement of what it had attempted, but with the quiet administrative decisions that are how institutions abandon efforts they have decided not to commemorate. The soldiers who had passed through its augmentation protocols continued to serve. Their records noted, in language that would have been opaque to anyone without the relevant clearances, the nature of their participation. They carried their augmentations with them into conventional service, and a number of them went on to have distinguished careers that bore no obvious relationship to what had been done to them in facilities they were never permitted to discuss. But they left something behind, the data their bodies had generated, the records of what had worked and what had not, of how adult human physiology responded to the interventions the program had attempted, became part of a body of institutional knowledge that did not disappear when the program that generated it was closed. It was archived, it was studied, and in the hands of at least one person who understood what it meant and had already begun to think about what it implied, it became the foundation of something far more ambitious than anything Orion's architects had dared to imagine. That person was watching Orion fail, and learning from its failure, and drawing a conclusion that would reshape the history of the species. Her name was Catherine Halsey, and she was not yet done with the question of what a human soldier could become. There is a particular kind of intelligence that is most dangerous, not when it is wrong, but when it is right. Catherine Halsey was right about almost everything that mattered in the design of the Spartan-II program. She was right that adult physiology could not sustain the degree of augmentation the program required. She was right that children, selected carefully and trained from an early age, could be made into soldiers of a kind the galaxy had never seen. She was right that the coming conflict, the one she had seen suggested in fragments of intercepted signal traffic and threat assessments that most of her colleagues had not yet been cleared to read, would be of a scale that made the insurrection look like a rehearsal for the end of the world. She was right about all of it, and none of her being right made what she did anything other than what it was. She was born in 2492, the same year the Orion program's first phase was beginning its work on soldiers old enough to have chosen it. By the time she was old enough to hold a security clearance, she was already the kind of scientist who made the people around her uncomfortable, not through any failure of personality exactly, but through a quality of attention that felt less like curiosity and more like assessment, a sense that she was always measuring the distance between what existed and what could be made to exist if the right pressure were applied in the right places. She moved through the UNSCI's research apparatus with a speed that institutions usually resist, accumulating clearances and access and the quiet deference of people who recognized that she understood things they did not, faster than anyone in her cohort and faster than many who were decades her senior. She came to the Orion data not as an archivist, but as a diagnostician. What she found there was not primarily a record of failure, though it was that too, but a record of the specific ways in which adult biology had resisted the interventions the program had attempted, and the precise physiological reasons for that resistance. The human body at its adult configuration is, in certain respects, already committed. The bones have finished their calcification. The muscle fiber density has reached its genetically determined ceiling. The neural pathways that govern reflex and response have been laid down and reinforced across years of habitual use into configurations that are difficult and in many cases impossible to fundamentally alter. What Orion had been trying to do, to rewrite the physical specifications of a completed human body, was not achievable at the level the program required, and the data made the reasons for this legible in ways that Halsey found, if not comforting, at least clarifying, because the corollary was obvious once you understood the problem correctly. If adult bodies could not be remade, the question was not whether augmentation at the required level was possible. The question was, at what age it needed to begin. The answer the data suggested was not a comfortable one. The physiological window during which the human body retained enough developmental plasticity to incorporate the degree of augmentation the program required. The window during which bones could be restructured rather than simply reinforced, during which muscle development could be redirected rather than merely supplemented, during which neural pathways could be shaped rather than just strengthened, was not the window of early adulthood. It was not even adolescence in its later stages. The window, as Halsey understood it from the Orion data and from her own subsequent research, opened in early childhood and began to narrow by the time a subject reached their early teens. To produce soldiers of the kind she believed the coming crisis would demand, the program would need to identify its candidates at approximately 6 years of age. It would need to begin their preparation shortly thereafter. She understood perfectly well what this meant. It is documented in her personal journal, a record she maintained with a specificity that suggests she was, among other things, a historian of her own decision-making, someone who believed the choices she was making were significant enough to require precise documentation for whatever audience might one day have access to it. The journal does not record uncertainty about the ethics of what she was proposing. What it records is something more unsettling, a systematic working through of the objections, an honest acknowledgement of the moral weight they carried, and a conclusion that the weight was acceptable given what she believed was at stake. She was not deceiving herself about what the program would require. She was deciding that the requirement was justified. The strategic rationale she brought to that decision was not confined to the insurrection, though the insurrection was the stated purpose of the program, as it would eventually be formally authorized. Halsey had access, at the clearance levels she had accumulated by her late 20s, to material that most of the UNSCI's senior command structure had not fully processed or was choosing, for reasons of institutional comfort, not to fully confront. The signals at the edge of human space, the anomalous contact records, the disappearances of vessels in regions that should have been navigable, the fragmentary intercepts that did not correspond to any known human or previously catalogued alien communication pattern, were, to Halsey's reading of them, legible as something more than navigational hazard or equipment malfunction. She believed, before the Covenant announced itself to the human species in the most definitive possible way, that humanity was approaching a confrontation with something it was not prepared to survive. This belief shaped everything that followed. The insurrection gave the Spartan-II program its official rationale: enhanced special operations soldiers for use against the insurgency. And that rationale was not false, exactly. The Spartans would be useful against the insurrection. But the program Halsey designed was scaled for a different order of threat. The depth of investment it required, the degree of commitment it demanded, the moral costs it was prepared to incur. None of these were proportionate to a counterinsurgency mission. They were proportionate to the defense of a species. The candidate selection process that Halsey designed was the product of years of preparation conducted largely in the margins of her official research responsibilities. She had developed, over time, a detailed genetic and physiological profile of what she believed the ideal Spartan candidate would look like, the specific markers that predicted both the ability to survive the augmentation protocols and the cognitive and psychological architecture that would make a successful special operations soldier. The profile was demanding. It excluded the vast majority of the human population, but it was not, Halsey had concluded, so restrictive that sufficient candidates could not be found, particularly given the range of the human species spread across its dozens of worlds. The identification process was conducted without the knowledge of the families involved, which is to say, it was conducted as surveillance. Onyx Assets, the Office of Naval Intelligence, the UNSCI's intelligence arm, and the institutional home of the most classified programs the military ran, gathered the relevant data through channels that were technically lawful under emergency security provisions, whose application to this context required interpretive creativity that Halsey did not trouble herself to scrutinize too carefully. Children were observed, records were pulled, genetic screening data that had been gathered for ostensibly medical purposes was cross-referenced against Halsey's profile. The process took years. It was conducted with a thoroughness that is, in retrospect, remarkable given the era's information-gathering capabilities, and with a discretion that allowed it to proceed without triggering the kind of institutional attention that might have forced a decision point before Halsey was ready to present one. By the time the program had been formally authorized at the relevant levels of UN's command, authorization that required the approval of people whose names do not appear in the public record and whose institutional positions suggest that the decision was made at the highest levels of the military and, in at least some form, of the civilian government it served, Halsey had identified 75 candidates. All of them were approximately 6 years old. All of them had been selected for the specific combination of physical, cognitive, and psychological markers that her profile predicted would give them the best possible chance of surviving what was coming. None of them, and none of their families, had any knowledge that they had been selected for anything at all. The authorization that the program received was not, in its formal documentation, an authorization to abduct children. The language used was considerably more oblique than that. What was authorized, in the careful phrasing of the relevant classified directives, was the recruitment of candidates identified through existing ONI screening processes and their transfer to a designated training facility for a program of enhanced military preparation that would begin in childhood and extend through early adulthood. The word recruitment was doing significant work in that sentence, and everyone who signed the relevant documents understood this. The distinction between recruitment and abduction, in the context of 6-year-olds who had not been consulted and whose parents had not been asked, was a distinction that existed in the paperwork and nowhere else. Halsey understood the problem of the families. If the candidates were simply taken and their absence left unexplained, the resulting investigations, by local authorities, by grieving parents, by the kind of determined private search that missing children inspire, would create exactly the kind of institutional exposure the program could not afford. The solution she devised was, from a purely operational standpoint, elegant. From any other standpoint, it was one of the most disturbing things the program ever did, and the program did a great many disturbing things. The flash clone technology that existed by the mid-26th century was capable of producing, within a matter of days, a biological replica of a human subject that was externally indistinguishable from the original. The replication process was imperfect in ways that only extended examination would reveal. The clones that were produced were not fully viable long-term organisms, and the specific biological shortcuts involved in their rapid production meant that they were subject to accelerated cellular degradation, organ failure, and early death. They were not, in any meaningful sense, people, but they looked like people. They looked, specifically, like the children Halsey's program was taking, the same faces, the same physical characteristics, the same apparent health that had made those children unremarkable members of their families and communities up until the moment they were replaced. The plan was straightforward in its mechanics, which did not make it any less terrible in its implications. On a designated night, one night, coordinated across multiple worlds simultaneously to prevent any single disappearance from drawing attention that might lead to others, ONI operatives entered the homes of 75 families. They removed the children, they left the clones, and they withdrew without leaving any evidence that anything other than the ordinary had occurred in those houses, in those rooms, in those ordinary human lives that were now, without knowing it, irrevocably altered. The families woke to the same children they had always known, or to what appeared to be those children. For weeks, perhaps months, nothing seemed different. And then the clones began to decline, in the ways that clones produced by that particular process inevitably declined. The accelerated cellular degradation manifesting first as persistent illness, then as more serious medical presentation, then as the kind of deterioration that even the most attentive parent or the most thorough physician could not address because its true cause was not something any diagnosis would reveal. The families sought treatment. They sat in hospitals. They held the hands of children who were dying of something the doctors could not identify with any certainty, because the process creating the deterioration was not one that standard medical investigation was designed to find. They buried what they believed were their children, and they grieved for the rest of their lives, in the ordinary way of parents who have lost a child, with a completeness and an honesty that is all the more painful to contemplate, because the grief was genuine, even though its object was not. They had lost something real. What they had lost was not the child in the ground. Halsey recorded this in her journal with the same careful specificity she brought to everything else. She noted the necessity of the deception. She noted the cost it imposed on the families involved. She noted the cost it imposed on the families involved. She noted the cost it imposed on the families involved. She noted the cost it imposed on the families involved. She noted the cost it imposed on the families involved. She noted the cost it imposed on the families involved. She noted the cost it imposed on the families involved. She noted the cost it imposed on the families involved. The authorization for the program had required the concurrence of people above Halsey in the relevant command structures, and it had received it. This is worth holding clearly. Halsey did not act alone in the design of the Spartan-II program, and she did not act alone in the decision to take children and replace them with dying copies. She acted within an institution, with institutional backing, at the direction of people who understood what they were authorizing and signed their names to it anyway. The moral weight of the program does not rest on her shoulders alone, though she is the figure who is most visible in the historical record and who left the most thorough documentation of her own decision-making. The institution above her knew. It chose, and then it buried the choice under classification levels designed to ensure that the choice could not be revisited from the outside. The program was authorized. The candidates were identified. The night was set. And on worlds spread across human space, children went to sleep in their own beds for the last time, in the ordinary darkness of their own lives, without any knowledge that tomorrow they would wake up somewhere else, or, more precisely, that the children who woke up in their beds would not be them, and that they themselves would not be waking up for some time yet, not until they had been transported to a world they had never heard of, to begin a life that had been designed for them before they were old enough to understand what a design implied. The clones were already growing, in the facilities prepared for them. The operatives were already in position, and Catherine Halsey, who had spent years bringing this night into existence, was sitting with the weight of it, not turning away from it, not softening it with the language of necessity, but holding it with the kind of clear-eyed reckoning that is, in its own way, as disturbing as the act itself. She believed it was justified. She knew it was not forgivable. Both of these things were true, and she carried them together into everything that followed. The night passed the way the program had designed it to pass, quietly, without incident, without a single moment of the kind of complication that would have required the operatives in the field to make decisions that deviated from their instructions, or that would have left behind the kind of evidence that even the most motivated investigation could follow. Across worlds separated by light years, across time zones and hemispheres and the ordinary variation of human habitation that meant some of the children were in cities and some were in rural settlements and some were in the kind of small communities where everyone knew everyone else's name and a stranger's presence would ordinarily have been noted. Across all of this variation, the operation unfolded with a precision that reflected years of planning and the particular institutional competence of an organization that had learned, through decades of classified work, how to move through human space without leaving traces that anyone who mattered would ever find. The children did not wake. This was by design. The sedation that had been introduced, through methods that left no mark and metabolized completely within hours, was calibrated to ensure that the transition from one life to another happened in the dark, in the space between one breath and the next, in the seamless unconsciousness of children who had gone to sleep in their own beds and would not understand for some time, if they ever fully understood, that the world they woke to was not the one they had left. 75 children on a single night. 75 homes entered and exited with a silence that their occupants would never have cause to explain. 75 families who would rise the next morning, make breakfast, call the children down, and find in their place something that looked entirely familiar, that responded to its name, that ate and spoke and moved through the ordinary rhythms of household life with sufficient fidelity that the weeks before the decline began would, for most of the families, be indistinguishable from any other weeks of any ordinary year. The children themselves were transported. The specifics of the routes varied. This was another layer of the operational security, the deliberate variation that ensured no pattern could be reconstructed, even if fragments of the operation were somehow exposed. But the destination was the same for all of them. A world at the edge of the inner colonies, a world whose name was already known in the UNSCI's military establishment as the home of the most significant concentration of human military infrastructure in all of human space. A world whose mountains and cold skies and vast training ranges made it, for the program's purposes, something close to ideal. The world was Reach, and it was the place where the UNSCI had decided, with the concurrence of the scientists and administrators and intelligence officers who had authorized the program, that children could be turned into something the species had never produced before. They arrived unconscious and departed the transport facilities in the careful hands of personnel who had been selected for this assignment with the same deliberateness that had characterized every other aspect of the program's design. They were placed in medical bays. Their vitals were monitored. And when they woke to a ceiling they had never seen before, in a facility that gave no indication of where in the human sphere it was located, attended by people in UNSCI uniforms who were not unkind, but who were also not, in any sense that a 6-year-old child reaching for something familiar would recognize, the people they had been reaching for. What happened in the weeks immediately following the abductions, the initial disorientation, the responses of 75 children suddenly separated from everything that had constituted their world, is documented in the program's medical and psychological assessment records with the careful clinical language of people who were monitoring rather than comforting. The range of responses was wide, as the range of responses to any acute trauma is wide. Some of the children retreated into themselves in ways that the assessors noted as potential performance concerns and monitored for signs that might require intervention. Some expressed distress in ways that were more externally visible and that required management in the sense of being addressed sufficiently to prevent interference with the program's timeline. Some appeared, on the surface, to adapt with a speed that was itself a kind of response, the particular coping mechanism of very young children who understand, at a level below explicit thought, that the environment they are in requires adjustment, and who adjust because adjustment is what survival requires. None of them were given the full truth of where they were or why they were there. Not yet. The program's psychological framework, as designed by Halsey and the behavioral scientists she had engaged to support the training architecture, held that full disclosure was not appropriate at the initial stage. That children of 6, who were told they had been taken from their families to be turned into soldiers, would be destabilized in ways that would interfere with the training program's goals. What they were told, in language calibrated to their developmental stage, was that they were special, that they had been selected because of who they were, that they were going to learn things and become things that most people never had the opportunity to become, that what was ahead of them was extraordinary. This was true. It was also incomplete in the specific ways that the program required it to be incomplete, and the children who heard it were not in a position to ask the questions that would have exposed the incompleteness. The facility on Reach to which they had been brought was not a standard military installation in any sense that a visitor familiar with the UNSCI's conventional infrastructure would have recognized. It had been designed and built specifically for the program, on a site remote enough that casual observation was impossible, and within a security perimeter that ensured the program's existence remained, to the outside world, a matter of rumor at most. The physical environment was austere in the ways that the program intended it to be austere, not punishing for its own sake, but stripped of the particular softnesses that the program's designers believed would be incompatible with what the children needed to become. The landscapes of Reach that the facility occupied were demanding in themselves, cold at altitudes that the training program would make familiar, steep and rocky in the ways that the program would use, subject to the kind of weather that does not make accommodations for the people moving through it. The world, as the children would come to know it, was a world that required things of you and gave nothing back except the satisfaction of having met what it required. The man who would be the primary architect of their transformation during the years between their arrival and the augmentation process that waited for them at the far end of their training was a chief petty officer named Franklin Mendez. He was not a scientist. He was not an administrator. He was a soldier, a career unspecial operations veteran with a record that made him legible to the people who had selected him for this role as exactly the right instrument for the specific task of taking children who had been selected for their potential and building from that potential something that could survive what was coming. Mendez did not speak often about his own understanding of the program's ethics. What he expressed, in the way that people who are primarily defined by action tend to express their understanding of difficult things, was through the training itself, through the specific choices he made about what to demand and what to permit, about where the line was between the hardness that would make the children stronger and the hardness that would break them in ways that could not be repaired. He understood the difference, and he maintained it, though the margin was not always wide. The curriculum that the Spartan-II training program delivered across the years of the candidate's childhood and early adolescence was not designed to produce soldiers in the conventional sense. The UNSCI had a substantial apparatus for producing conventional soldiers, and what that apparatus turned out, while generally competent, was not what the program was after. The training that Mendez oversaw, following the developmental framework that Halsey had designed and that the program's behavioral scientists had refined, was aimed at something more fundamental: the construction of a particular kind of person, an individual whose physical capabilities, tactical intelligence, psychological resilience, and instinctive relationship to extreme situations would be of a different order than anything produced by conventional military training. It was aimed, in the language that the program's architects used when they were being precise, at the optimization of human potential across every relevant domain simultaneously. In practice, this meant that the children ran. They ran at distances and elevations and in weather conditions that would have been unreasonable for adults in standard physical training programs, and they ran not occasionally, but as the baseline condition of their daily existence. Running was not an exercise the training program included, but a medium through which the training program operated. They climbed, they swam, they carried weight over terrain that was selected for its difficulty rather than its accessibility. They learned to navigate without instruments, to move through environments without leaving traces, to communicate in the compressed and efficient shorthand of people who have operated together long enough that much of what needs to be said can be said without saying it. They were introduced to weapons at ages when the children they had left behind on their home worlds were learning to read, and they learned those weapons with the seriousness of people who understood, even if they did not yet have the full context for the understanding that the weapons were not abstractions. The tactical education that ran alongside the physical training was equally demanding and, in many respects, more unusual. Halsey had designed the program's cognitive development curriculum around the insight that the kind of soldier she was building would need to operate not just at the level of individual physical performance, but at the level of strategic and tactical intelligence, that a Spartan who could run faster and hit harder than any conventional soldier was only half of what the program required, and that the other half was a Spartan who could think through problems of extraordinary complexity under conditions of extraordinary stress and arrive at solutions that were not just adequate, but optimal. The children studied military history, theoretical tactics, the physics of ballistics, and the geometry of covered ground, and the decision trees of small unit engagements, with a depth and rigor that would not have been out of place in a senior officer's professional development program. They were, in a meaningful sense, being educated as commanders and as soldiers simultaneously, the physical and intellectual development proceeding in parallel, each reinforcing the other. The psychological hardening that Mendez incorporated into the training was the dimension of the program that generated, in the later historical record, the most sustained ethical debate. The methods were not, by the standards of the most extreme military conditioning programs of the era, unprecedented, but they were applied to children, which changed their meaning considerably. The deliberate introduction of controlled failure, the engineering of situations in which the candidates could not succeed by conventional means, designed to force adaptation and build the particular kind of resilience that comes not from never failing, but from failing and continuing anyway, was a cornerstone of Mendez's approach. The deprivation exercises, the sustained sleep reduction, the enforced exposure to physical discomfort at levels that were carefully monitored to ensure they did not cross into genuine medical harm, but were equally carefully maintained to ensure they were not trivially endurable. These were instruments of a systematic program of psychological construction, applied to minds that were still forming, by people who knew exactly what they were doing and had concluded that what they were doing was necessary. On the worlds the children had come from, in the months after the operation, the clones were failing. The decline followed the trajectory that the program had anticipated, though anticipating a trajectory and witnessing it are different things for the families who had to live through it. The first signs were subtle, the kind of persistent low-grade illness that might, in an ordinary child, resolve itself within weeks and be forgotten. But in the clones, it did not resolve. What began as an apparent minor illness progressed, over weeks and then months, into something more serious, something that resisted the standard interventions of physicians who were applying to an extraordinary biological situation the diagnostic tools and treatment approaches of ordinary medicine. The families sought help. The medical community, encountering something it did not have the framework to understand correctly, did what medical communities do when confronting the genuinely unfamiliar. It attempted to fit what it was seeing into the categories it had available, and it treated based on those imperfect fits, and it watched as the treatments failed in the ways that treatments applied to the wrong problem always fail. Some families pursued the question with a determination that speaks to the particular ferocity of parental love, sought second opinions, traveled to facilities with more specialized capabilities, demanded answers that the medical community genuinely did not have to give. Some reached a point of exhaustion and grief in which the search for answers gave way to the harder project of being present for whatever time remained. All of them, eventually, arrived at the same place, a funeral, and the specific, permanent silence that follows the burial of a child, and the long work of carrying a loss that does not get lighter with time, only more familiar. They were grieving the wrong thing. Their real children were alive, on a world they had never heard of, learning to run in the cold dark before dawn, learning to fire weapons they were not old enough by any ordinary measure to be trusted with, learning to be part of something that was slowly becoming the only world they had ever really known. Because this was the other thing that the training years produced, alongside the physical capability and the tactical education and the psychological hardening that Mendez and Halsey's program delivered so systematically. It produced belonging. The 75 children who had arrived on Reach as individuals, strangers to one another, each carrying the disorientation of displacement and the particular loneliness of having been separated from everything familiar, became, across the years of shared training, something else. They became a cohort. They became a unit. They became, in the way that people who have endured extreme things together always become, something that has no precise civilian equivalent. A group defined not by shared background or shared preference, but by shared experience of exactly the kind of difficulty that reveals character, that strips away everything contingent and leaves only what is essential. They knew each other's limits. They knew each other's capabilities. They knew, without having to articulate it, the specific ways in which each member of the group was strong and the specific ways in which each one was not, and they organized themselves around this knowledge with an instinctive efficiency that Halsey, watching from the assessment records that flowed back to her regularly, noted with something between professional satisfaction and a more complicated feeling she documented less precisely. They had developed, in the years since the night they had arrived unconscious in a facility on a world whose name they now knew, as well as they had once known the names of their home streets, a loyalty to one another that was not the loyalty of people who had chosen each other, but the loyalty of people who had been made into a unit by shared pressure, and who had responded to that pressure by becoming something that the pressure alone could not have built, by choosing, at some level that was real, even if it was not fully conscious, to be responsible for each other. Halsey watched the cohort develop across the years with the attention of someone who is observing an experiment of extraordinary importance and who is aware, with a clarity that her journal records in precise language, that the experiment is also a set of human beings. She adjusted the program's parameters as the data came in. She recommended interventions when the assessments suggested they were necessary. She maintained, across the years, the operational discipline of someone who understood that her role was to produce a result, and that producing the result required sustained attention to the process, rather than the kind of emotional engagement that would compromise her judgment. But she also recorded, in entries that are spaced irregularly through her journal across the training years, moments of something that reads less like the clinical assessment of a program director and more like the response of a person who is watching children become extraordinary under circumstances she created and cannot unmake. Whether this constitutes guilt is a question the journal does not answer directly. What it documents is attention, a sustained, detailed, honest attention to what she had done and what it was producing, maintained across years with a consistency that suggests it was not comfortable and was also not something she permitted herself to set aside. The children trained. The seasons on Reach turned, again and again, in the cold and rain and occasional snow of a world whose weather did not bend to accommodate what was happening on it. The cohort grew older. The window that Halsey had identified, the developmental window that had been the entire justification for what the program had done to build this group, was slowly closing. They were approaching the threshold beyond which augmentation would become less reliable, and then unreliable, and then impossible. The augmentation bays were being prepared. The protocols had been finalized, revised, finalized again. The scientists who would conduct the procedures had been briefed on what was required, and had asked the questions they were permitted to ask, and had not asked the ones they were not, and had signed the relevant documents, and were ready. The children who arrived on Reach at 6 years of age, unconscious and displaced, and belonging to a life they would never return to, were now approximately 14 years old. They had become something the program had always intended them to become, something that was not quite a soldier yet, not in the operational sense, but was already not quite a child either, in the sense that the word implies a kind of incompleteness, a state of becoming that has not yet arrived at what it is becoming. They were about to find out what they were becoming. The augmentation process was waiting, and it was going to cost more than anyone had publicly admitted it would cost, and the children who had survived everything the training program had done to them were going to face the one trial that the training program could not prepare them for, because no amount of running in cold dark before dawn can prepare a body for being remade. The human body, at 14 years of age, is still in the process of deciding what it will be. This is not a poetic observation, it is a biological fact, and it was the biological fact upon which the entire architecture of the Spartan-II program rested. The fact that Halsey had extracted from the Orion data and carried forward into the design of everything that followed. At 14, the skeleton has not completed its ossification. The long bones are still growing, their growth plates still open, still responsive to the signals that govern how a body develops and into what final configuration it will settle. The muscular system is still in the process of establishing the fiber density patterns that will define an adult's physical capabilities, still plastic enough that directed intervention can reshape those patterns rather than simply reinforcing what already exists. The neural architecture that governs reflex and response, the pathways that determine how quickly a mind translates perception into action, is still being pruned and reinforced by experience, still capable of being redirected by the right kind of pressure applied in the right way at the right time. The window was closing. By 16, much of what the program required would become significantly more difficult to achieve. By 18, the failure rates would approach the levels that had made the Orion program's results so limited. By 20, the kind of fundamental physical restructuring that the Spartan-II augmentation protocols demanded would not be achievable at all, not at the level the program required, not without casualties that even the most committed institutional authorization could not absorb. 14 was not an arbitrary number. It was a deadline. The candidates were brought to the augmentation facilities in groups. The process was staggered to allow the medical teams to maintain the level of attention and intervention that each subject required, and because the logistics of processing 75 patients through a procedure of this complexity simultaneously were beyond what the facility's infrastructure could support. The medical bays where the augmentations would be conducted had been built for this specific purpose, designed around the procedures rather than adapted from existing infrastructure, equipped with monitoring and intervention systems of a sophistication that reflected the program's willingness to invest whatever was necessary in the technical dimension of what it was attempting. The recycled air of those bays carried a particular quality that the candidates who passed through them would remember for the rest of their lives: the sterile, faintly metallic character of a space designed to hold biological processes at a distance, to manage the body's responses to what was being done to it, with the precision of people who needed those responses to fall within predictable parameters. The hiss of pneumatic systems sealing, the slow, steady pulse of monitoring equipment marking time against the silence, the particular cold of rooms that are kept at temperatures optimal for surgical intervention rather than for human comfort. The augmentation suite that the Spartan-II program employed was not a single procedure, but a coordinated sequence of interventions, each designed to produce a specific enhancement and each timed in relation to the others, to take advantage of the biological changes that the preceding interventions had initiated. They were not, in the way that the word augmentation might suggest to someone unfamiliar with the specific mechanisms involved, additions to the human body, external enhancements bolted onto an existing structure. They were, more precisely, redirections of the body's own processes, interventions in the biological machinery that builds and maintains human tissue, designed to push that machinery toward outputs that natural development would never have produced. The skeletal restructuring came first, or rather the chemical agent that would initiate it came first. A compound designed to trigger an accelerated and enhanced version of the calcification process that normally completes at the end of adolescence, but directed toward a different outcome. What natural ossification produces is bone adequate to the demands of an ordinary human life, dense enough to support the forces that ordinary human movement generates, structured according to the genetic blueprint that each individual carries and that evolution has refined across hundreds of thousands of years towards something that works well enough for most purposes. What the Spartan-II augmentation process was attempting to produce was something else, a skeletal structure capable of supporting forces that no ordinary human movement would ever generate, dense enough to absorb impacts that would shatter conventional bone, structured not according to the existing blueprint, but according to a modified design that the program's scientists had developed through years of research and modeling, and the specific institutional willingness to test ideas that civilian research ethics would not have permitted. The compound they used to initiate this process, a carbide ceramic matrix that the body's own cellular machinery was directed to incorporate into the existing bone structure, layer by microscopic layer, across weeks of ongoing biological activity, was the product of materials science working in concert with biochemistry in ways that had not previously been attempted at this scale. The result, in the subjects whose bodies accepted the process and carried it to completion, was a skeleton that was not simply stronger than an ordinary human skeleton, but was fundamentally different from it in ways that had downstream consequences throughout the body's systems. Joints that needed to support greater loads required reinforcement. Musculature that would attach to this restructured skeleton needed to be capable of generating forces consistent with what the new skeletal structure could bear. The body is not a collection of independent systems, and changing one part of it with the thoroughness that the augmentation protocols demanded changed everything it connected to. The muscular enhancement that the program pursued in parallel with the skeletal restructuring was, at its root, an intervention in the biology of how muscle fiber develops. Human muscle is built from fibers of two primary types: the fast twitch fibers that produce explosive power for short durations, and the slow twitch fibers that support sustained effort over longer periods. And the ratio between these types in any individual is partly genetically determined and partly shaped by the kind of training that individual has done across their life. What the Spartan-II augmentation protocol attempted was not a simple shift in this ratio, but a more fundamental intervention in the density and structure of the muscle fiber itself, a process involving targeted protein synthesis stimulation that directed the body to build muscle tissue of a different character than it would naturally produce, tissue with a strength-to-mass ratio that exceeded what any natural training regimen could achieve, and that, in the candidates whose bodies incorporated the process successfully, produced a degree of physical capability that placed them outside the range of variation that defines ordinary human strength. The changes this produced were visible. They were not subtle. The candidates who had come through the augmentation process successfully, who had survived the weeks of biological upheaval that the procedures initiated, who had come through the monitoring periods and the intervention episodes, and the slow stabilization as the body accepted and incorporated what had been done to it, emerged from the bays as something that anyone with eyes could recognize as different, not just stronger in the way that a very fit person is stronger than an average one, different in kind, in the way that a different architecture is different. The musculature that had built itself around the restructured skeleton, carrying a density and definition that reflected biological processes that had been operating at a different level than anything the candidate's training alone had produced. The neural modifications were less visible and, in certain respects, more profound. The human nervous system's speed, the rate at which a perception becomes a signal becomes a decision becomes an action, is one of the fundamental constraints on human physical performance. A person can be tremendously strong and tremendously fast in the muscular sense, and still be limited in the practical performance of anything requiring the coordination of perception and response by the speed at which their nervous system processes the information it receives and translates it into the commands that direct their body's capabilities. The Spartan-II augmentation protocols addressed this constraint through interventions in the neural architecture that governed reflex response. Procedures designed to accelerate the transmission speed of the neural signals involved in the most time-critical physical actions, to reduce the lag between perception and response in ways that, combined with the physical enhancements the other procedures produced, would make the resulting soldiers faster in the operational sense than the sum of their individual physical improvements suggested. There was a condition, a degenerative neural disorder called Boren's syndrome, that the specific compounds used in the neural enhancement protocols were known to cause in a subset of subjects. The program's scientists had identified this risk before the procedures were conducted. They had assessed the probability of occurrence across the candidate population. They had concluded that the risk was acceptable, that the enhancement the procedures produced in the majority of subjects justified the harm they would cause in the portion who developed the syndrome. This calculation was made and recorded, and the procedures were conducted. The word acceptable is doing a great deal of work in that sentence, and it always will be, and the people who made the calculation knew it even as they made it. The retinal modification that was part of the augmentation suite was, relative to the skeletal and muscular and neural interventions, a more targeted and in some respects simpler procedure. An enhancement to the photoreceptor cells that would extend the range of light conditions under which the candidates could function effectively, and reduce the recovery time following exposure to sudden bright light in ways that would matter enormously in the operational environments the program anticipated. The enhancement was effective. It was also irreversible, and it changed the physical appearance of the eyes in ways that were subtle enough to go unnoticed in most contexts, but that would, to someone looking closely, mark a Spartan-II as something other than an unaugmented human being. The growth hormone catalyst and the organ-hardening procedures that completed the augmentation suite were, in some respects, the least dramatic of the interventions, and also among the most consequential. The cascade of physical development that the full augmentation package initiated, the skeletal restructuring, the muscular enhancement, the neural modifications, placed demands on the body's internal systems that those systems, in their natural configurations, were not designed to meet. The heart that needed to support the circulatory demands of a body carrying significantly more muscle mass than it had been built for. The liver and kidneys that needed to process the metabolic byproducts of biological activity at a level that no ordinary human engaged in. The regulatory systems that governed hormone production and tissue repair, and all of the ongoing maintenance that a body requires to sustain itself. Each of these had been addressed in the augmentation protocols, through interventions designed to bring the body's internal systems up to the demands that the external enhancements imposed on them. The result was a biological architecture that was, in those subjects where it achieved its intended configuration, genuinely coherent, not a collection of external modifications imposed on an unchanged body, but a rebuilt body, integrated, functional, operating at a level that the body it had been built from could not have achieved and could not have sustained. This is the cost against which that architecture must be measured. 30. Of the 75 children the program had taken, 30 did not survive the augmentation process as functional soldiers. The failure modes were not uniform. The biology of catastrophic augmentation failure is as varied as the biology of individuals, and what broke in one candidate did not break in the same way in another. Some of the failures were immediate. Subjects whose bodies rejected the skeletal modifications in ways that produced cascading systemic failure before the medical teams could intervene effectively. Some were slower. Subjects who appeared, in the initial assessment periods to be responding to the procedures adequately, and who then entered into deterioration trajectories that the monitoring systems caught too late to reverse. Some of the candidates survived the augmentation, but survived it with damage severe enough that they could not fulfill the operational role the program required. Neurological injury, structural damage, the specific categories of harm that the program's failure rate projections had predicted as possibilities, and that became, in these specific cases, actualities with specific names attached to them. Those names are not easy to find in the declassified record. The program's documentation practices were designed, in this as in other respects, to make the accounting abstract, to maintain the particular institutional distance between the decision to accept a failure rate and the specific human beings who constituted that rate. But the candidates who survived the process knew. They had trained with these people for years. They knew every name. They understood, in the specific and irreplaceable way of people who have stood next to someone and then watched them not come back, exactly what 30 meant. The 33 who made it through, who had carried the augmentation protocols to their intended completion, whose bodies had accepted and integrated what had been done to them and had emerged on the other side as something the program had designed them to become, entered the post-augmentation assessment period as people who were, in measurable physical terms, no longer within the range of ordinary human variation. They were stronger than any unaugmented human being could be through any natural combination of genetics and training. They were faster in the operational sense, the neural enhancements compounding with the physical ones to produce reaction times and coordination that fell outside the parameters of normal human performance. Their bones were dense enough to survive impacts that would shatter the skeleton of any ordinary person. Their musculature could generate forces that standard human joints could not have sustained. They were also people who had just lost 30 of the only people in the world they fully knew. The psychological dimension of the post-augmentation period, the experience of the 33 survivors processing what had happened to the 30 who had not made it, while simultaneously processing what had happened to their own bodies, is documented in the program's assessment records with the clinical precision that characterized the program's documentation throughout. The assessors noted behavioral indicators. They tracked performance metrics. They made recommendations about training pace and reintegration timelines. What the records do not, and perhaps cannot, capture is what it was like to be one of those 33, to be in a body that had been remade into something extraordinary, surrounded by the absence of people who had been remade into absence, in a facility on a world chosen specifically for its distance from everything that might constitute a life outside the program. The callback that the data demands here, the comparison it insists on, is to the Orion program and to the adult volunteers who had accepted a failure rate calibrated to what grown soldiers could endure. Halsey's central argument had been that adult bodies could not sustain the augmentation the program required, and that the failure rate among adults made the Orion model non-viable at the strategic scale she was envisioning. She had been right about this. The Spartan-II augmentation process, conducted on bodies at 14 rather than bodies at 30, produced a significantly higher success rate than the Orion protocols had achieved. The biological argument was vindicated. What the data does not allow to be separated from that vindication is the specific cost at which it was purchased. Orion's volunteers had understood, to the degree that any person can understand such a thing in advance, what they were agreeing to. The 30 children who did not survive the Spartan-II augmentation process had not agreed to anything. They had been taken at 6, trained for 8 years, and then subjected to procedures whose failure rate the program had calculated as acceptable before it knew their names. The 33 who survived were moved to the next phase of their preparation. There was still work to do, the integration of the augmented body with the operational systems the program had been developing in parallel, the final stages of the training program, the transition from candidates into soldiers in the full operational sense. The program did not pause to mark what had happened to the 30. Institutions of this kind do not pause. The timeline was the timeline, and the timeline was what it was, because the window it was built around, the developmental window that had justified everything the program had done, was closing, and the war that the program had been built to prepare for was not going to wait. The augmentation bays were cleaned, the monitoring systems were reset, the medical teams filed their reports. The 33 survivors began, slowly and then less slowly, the process of learning what they had become, the specific, and in some ways disorienting project of inhabiting a body that was theirs, and also, in some measurable respects, no longer quite the body they had lived in before the bays had finished with them. They were not done becoming what the program intended them to be. The next element of that becoming was waiting in a facility where the recycled air carried a different quality, not the antiseptic neutrality of a medical bay, but something else, something that hummed with a particular kind of power, something that had been built in parallel with everything that had been done to their bodies, and that had been waiting, with the particular patience of machinery designed for a specific purpose, for bodies capable of wearing it. The armor had been ready for some time. It had been designed for them specifically, for augmented bodies, for augmented nervous systems, for the specific physical architecture that the augmentation protocols had produced. And it was waiting to complete what the augmentation bays had begun. There is a threshold in the development of any weapon system beyond which the weapon and the person operating it are no longer two separate things. The weapon becomes an extension, not in the loose metaphorical sense in which a craftsman might describe a familiar tool as an extension of his hand, but in the precise sense that the boundary between the operator's nervous system and the system's mechanical response has been engineered to the point where the distinction between intention and action collapses to something approaching zero. MJOLNIR was designed, from the earliest stages of its conception, to cross that threshold. It was not designed as armor in the conventional sense, as a protective layer worn over a soldier's body, constraining movement and adding mass and trading mobility for survivability in the ancient calculus of military protection. It was designed as a second body, a body built from materials and incorporating capabilities that the biological body it enclosed could never have produced, but responsive to that biological body's intentions with a fidelity and a speed that no previous human-machine interface had achieved. The project that produced MJOLNIR had been running, in various forms and under various classification designations, for longer than the Spartan-II program itself. The conceptual lineage of powered military exoskeletons extended back through the UNSCI's research history across decades of effort that had produced, at various points, systems of limited functionality and significant operational shortcomings, systems that amplified human strength but were too slow in their response, or that responded quickly but were too fragile for sustained combat use, or that were robust and responsive but too energy-intensive to be sustained beyond short operational windows. The fundamental engineering problem that each of these earlier efforts had encountered, in one form or another, was the neural interface, the mechanism by which the operator's intentions were translated into the system's movements, and by which the system's sensory inputs were communicated back to the operator. A powered exoskeleton that amplifies human movement must, to be genuinely useful in combat, respond to its operator's intentions faster than the operator's unassisted body would respond to those intentions. If the system introduces a delay between intention and action, if the soldier thinks to move and the armor moves half a second later, the result is not an augmented soldier, but a constrained one, a person whose already adequate biological reflexes are being filtered through a mechanical system that adds latency rather than eliminating it. The engineering solution to this problem required a neural interface of sufficient sensitivity and bandwidth that the translation from neural signal to mechanical response could be accomplished at speeds that rendered the translation invisible. Not a fast interface, but an instantaneous one, or close enough to instantaneous that the difference was operationally irrelevant. The problem was that a neural interface of the sensitivity required to achieve this, one that could read the complex, high-speed cascade of neural signals involved in coordinated physical movement and translate them into the equally complex, high-speed mechanical responses of a powered exoskeleton, placed demands on the human nervous system that the human nervous system, in its standard biological configuration, could not meet without consequence. The bandwidth required for genuine real-time neural control of a system as complex as MJOLNIR was, in unaugmented human subjects, sufficient to cause neural feedback effects ranging from the merely painful to the catastrophic. Early attempts to test prototype interface systems on unaugmented volunteers had produced results that the program's documentation describes in the careful language of researchers who are trying to be precise about something that was, in plain terms, dangerous. Results that established, with the particular authority of empirical failure, that the interface MJOLNIR required was not compatible with ordinary human neurology. It was compatible, however, with augmented human neurology. The specific neural enhancements that the Spartan-II augmentation protocols had incorporated, the modifications to transmission speed, the restructuring of the reflex pathways, the particular character of the augmented nervous system that those procedures produced, had changed the relevant parameters in exactly the ways that the MJOLNIR interface required. An augmented Spartan's nervous system could sustain the bandwidth demands of real-time neural control of the armor without the feedback effects that had made the interface dangerous in unaugmented subjects. The interface that had been impossible became possible. The threshold that had defined the limit of what the exoskeleton concept could achieve was crossed, not by improving the interface alone, but by building human beings whose neurology was capable of meeting the interface's requirements. This was not accidental. The MJOLNIR program and the Spartan-II augmentation protocols had been developed in deliberate concert, two parallel projects that were always intended to produce systems that only worked together, that were designed around each other in the way that a key is designed around the lock it opens. The augmented Spartan was the only human being who could operate MJOLNIR at its full capability. MJOLNIR was the only armor that could complete what the augmentation process had begun. Neither was the finished product. Both together were. The development of the armor through its successive marks, the iterative process by which the early prototype systems were tested, evaluated, found wanting in specific ways, redesigned and tested again, was a years-long engineering effort that ran in parallel with the candidate's training on reach, and that was, in its own way, as demanding as the biological processes being conducted in the augmentation facilities. The Mark I systems that the program produced in the earliest phases of MJOLNIR development were, by the standards of the later iterations, crude, powered, neural interfaced, offering genuine protection and genuine strength amplification, but heavy in ways that constrained mobility, in ways the program's operational requirements could not accept, and unreliable in ways that made sustained combat use inadvisable. They were proof of concept rather than operational systems, and they were treated as such, subjected to testing regimens designed to identify their failure modes, studied to understand what the next iteration needed to change. Each successive mark addressed the shortcomings of the one before it, in the specific ways that the testing had identified, while introducing its own new complications that the next iteration would need to address in turn. The Mark II and Mark III systems refined the power plant and the joint servo mechanics. The Mark IV achieved the first configuration that could be considered genuinely operational, capable of sustaining the physical demands of combat use without the reliability failures that had limited the earlier marks. The Mark V introduced the energy shielding system that would become, in the public understanding of what a Spartan was, one of the most iconic elements of the MJOLNIR design. The energy shielding was not, in its origins, a human invention. This is one of the quieter acknowledgments embedded in the technical history of the MJOLNIR program, that the system which made the Spartan-II armor genuinely capable of withstanding the weapons of the enemy it was designed to fight against had been learned, in its fundamental principles, from that enemy. The Covenant's directed energy weapons were, by the standards of human military technology at the time of the program's development, significantly more capable than anything the UNSCI's conventional forces could field, and the protective systems used by Covenant warriors drew on a technological tradition of energy manipulation that humanity had not independently developed. The shielding incorporated into the Mark V MJOLNIR was the product of careful reverse engineering of captured Covenant technology, an adaptation of principles that the program's engineers had not invented, but had, with the particular ingenuity of people working on a problem with significant institutional backing and significant urgency, learned to reproduce and then to deploy in a configuration suited to their specific requirements. It is a small irony, or perhaps not so small, that the armor built to protect humanity against the Covenant was completed by technology taken from the Covenant itself, that the suit and the threat it was designed to answer were, at this specific level of their construction, entangled with each other in a way that neither the soldiers who wore the armor nor the enemy who generated the threat would have chosen if the choice had been available. The Mark VI that followed refined the shielding and the interface and the materials, and it was in systems of this generation that the Spartan-IIIs would conduct the most consequential operations of the war. But the specific mark matters less than what all of the marks shared: the fundamental design philosophy that the MJOLNIR program had pursued from the beginning, and that each successive iteration brought closer to its full realization. The suit was not designed to make a soldier safer by putting more material between the soldier and what was trying to kill them. It was designed to make the soldier more capable, faster, stronger, better protected, more sensorially aware, more able to act on the intentions of the augmented human being inside it, by reducing the gap between what that human being intended and what the combined human-machine system could do. The first time a Spartan wore a complete MJOLNIR system, a moment that the program's records document with the careful attention of people who understood they were observing something significant, was not a dramatic event in its external presentation. There was no ceremony, no particular acknowledgement of the occasion beyond the practical requirements of the fitting and interface calibration process. The candidate entered the bay. The suit was brought to readiness. The interface was initialized. The calibration sequence ran, and then the systems were active, and the suit was operational, and the person inside it was different. The hum of the servo motors running at operational readiness felt through the suit's structure rather than heard through the air. The neural interface active, the connection between intention and the armor's response established at the bandwidth that the augmented nervous system could sustain and that the unaugmented one could not. A connection that did not feel like operating machinery, because machinery with sufficient interface fidelity does not feel like machinery, but like having more body than before, like discovering that the range of physical possibility has been expanded in every direction simultaneously. The recycled air of the facility, drawn now through the suit's atmospheric systems, carrying the same faint metallic quality as the augmentation bays, but filtered through a different kind of apparatus, a different kind of enclosure. The weight of the helmet completing the seal, the display systems initializing in the peripheral vision. The quiet of a space that was, for the person inside the suit, no longer quite the same quiet as the space outside it. Mediated now, processed, rendered through sensors that extended perception beyond its biological limits in the specific ways the program had designed the suit to extend it. What the candidates who first wore MJOLNIR reported in the assessments that followed the initial interface sessions was not a uniform experience. The specific character of the human-machine integration varied by individual in ways that reflected the specific character of each augmented nervous system, the specific ways that each candidate's neurology had responded to the augmentation protocols. But certain themes recurred across the reports with a consistency that the program's assessors noted as significant. The sense of capability expansion, of having more reach, more force, more speed available than the biological body alone had provided. The particular adjustment required to move in a system that amplified every physical intention, so that actions that would have required significant effort, unaugmented, required recalibration to avoid overshooting what the situation demanded. And something harder to quantify, a quality of presence that several candidates attempted to describe and that the assessor's records convey imperfectly, a sense that the boundary between self and system had been displaced outward, that the suit was not something worn, but something inhabited. This last quality was not incidental to the MJOLNIR design. It was the goal. A soldier who experiences armor as a constraint, as a layer between themselves and the world that limits as much as it protects, will always operate at a disadvantage relative to a soldier for whom the armor is simply the form their physical presence takes in the world. The neural interface that MJOLNIR employed, at the bandwidth that augmented neurology could sustain, was designed to eliminate the experiential gap between the biological body and the mechanical system, to make the suit feel, to the person inside it, like themselves. The degree to which it achieved this was the degree to which the Spartan-II program's two primary tracks, the biological and the technological, had successfully converged on the integrated human-machine system that both had always been designed to produce. But there is a dimension of this convergence that the program's technical assessments did not address in their language of interface fidelity and reaction time metrics, and that the candidates themselves addressed only obliquely in their post-integration reports, in language that suggests they were reaching for something the available vocabulary did not quite accommodate. The Spartan-IIs had already been separated from ordinary humanity by the augmentation process, by bodies that were demonstrably, measurably, visibly different from the bodies of the people they had been taken from and the bodies of the people around whom they had trained. The augmentations had moved them across a threshold that was biological and permanent. MJOLNIR moved them across a second threshold. In the suit, they were not recognizable as the children they had been, or even as the young soldiers that the training years had made them. In the suit, they were something that had no precedent in human experience, something that appeared to an outside observer as inhuman, as armored, as operating at a physical level that placed it outside the range within which ordinary human beings are understood to operate. This was the point. It was also a fact that carried its own particular weight for the people inside the suits, who knew, from the inside, that they were still the people they had always been, and who carried that knowledge inside armor that made the knowledge invisible. They were still the cohort that had formed on Reach over 8 years of shared training. They were still the people who knew each other's limits and capabilities in the specific, irreplaceable way of people who have endured extreme things together. They were still, in whatever sense the word retained its meaning, for people who had been taken from their families at 6 and remade across the following decade into something the program had designed, human beings. The armor did not change this. It completed something else instead. The transformation of the program's investment into an operational capability that the UNs could deploy against the problem that the program had always been designed to address. The insurrection was still ongoing. The threat that Halsey had seen suggested in the signal traffic at the edge of human space was still approaching, or rather the human species was still approaching it, moving through its ordinary activities and its ordinary conflicts, without knowing that the darkness at the edge of the known was not empty. The Spartans were as ready as the program could make them. They were about to find out what ready meant, measured against the wars they had been built to fight. The armor hummed in the quiet of the facility. Outside, on the cold slopes of Reach, The wind moved through terrain that had watched the candidates become soldiers and would watch them deploy now as something the galaxy had not seen before. The servo motors held their readiness charge. The neural interfaces sustained their connections. The shielding systems cycled through their operational checks, and somewhere beyond the edge of what humanity knew, something that had not yet introduced itself was moving through space toward the human sphere, with the unhurried certainty of a force that had done this before, to other species, in other systems, and knew exactly how it ended. The Spartans were going to be needed for things that were much larger than the war they had been told they were being built to fight. The war they had been told about was almost already over. The one they had actually been built for was just beginning. The Covenant did not announce itself. There was no declaration, no transmission, no communication of the kind that might have allowed the human species to understand what was happening to it before it was already happening. What there was, in the early years of the conflict that the Unscae would come to call the Human Covenant War, was a series of events that did not immediately cohere into a pattern. The loss of contact with a colony, the failure of vessels to return from regions of space where they should have been able to operate without difficulty, fragmentary signals from outposts at the edge of human expansion that spoke of attack without being able to describe the attacker with any precision that allowed for useful preparation. The picture assembled itself slowly, from the outside in, the way that intelligence pictures of genuinely unprecedented threats always assemble, each data point requiring interpretation in a context that had not yet fully formed, each interpretation provisional in ways that only became apparent when the next data point arrived and the previous interpretation had to be discarded. By the time the Unscae's command structure had a picture that was coherent enough to act on, the picture was already terrible. The Covenant was not an insurgency. It was not a rival human power. It was not any category of adversary that the Unscae's planning structures had developed frameworks for addressing. It was a multi-species theocratic military alliance of extraordinary technological sophistication, possessing weapons and propulsion and materials science that exceeded human equivalents by margins that ranged from significant to, in some cases, effectively insurmountable. And it was engaged not in a territorial dispute or a resource competition or any of the other forms of conflict that the human species understood from its own history, but in what its own doctrine described as a religious imperative, the destruction of humanity as a species, conducted with the methodical efficiency of an institution that had done this before and knew how to do it completely. The human military's response to this reality, the frantic acceleration of weapons development, the reorientation of the Unscae's production capacity toward a war footing of a kind it had not maintained since the conflicts of the previous century, the desperate diplomatic and intelligence efforts to find any point of leverage in a conflict where the enemy's motivations were, to human understanding, essentially irrational, was conducted in the shadow of a mathematical reality that no amount of institutional effort could entirely escape. The Covenant was winning, not in every engagement, not on every front. There were battles the Unscae and did win, actions where human tactical creativity and the specific capabilities of the Unscae's better forces produced outcomes that were favorable in local terms. But at the strategic level, the arithmetic was unfavorable in ways that the Unscae's most honest planning assessments acknowledged, without finding a solution for. The Covenant could absorb losses that would be catastrophic for the Unscae. It had more ships, more soldiers, more productive capacity, more time. Every colony that burned was irreplaceable. Every fleet engagement that the Unscae fought to a draw was, in the broader calculus of the war, a loss. Into this context, the Spartan-II program delivered its product. The deployment doctrine that the Unscae developed for the Spartans was shaped by two constraints that pulled in opposite directions. The first was the nature of the Spartans' capabilities, the specific ways in which they were most effective, which were the ways of special operations soldiers rather than conventional ones. The Spartan moles were extraordinarily capable in small unit actions that required the combination of individual physical performance and tactical intelligence that the program had spent a decade producing. They could infiltrate defended positions that conventional forces could not approach without being detected. They could survive engagements with enemy forces that would have destroyed any unaugmented soldiers sent against them. They could act on intelligence with a speed and precision that conventional operations, with their larger footprints and slower decision cycles, could rarely match. These capabilities were real, and they were significant, and they pointed toward a deployment model that used the Spartans in the roles where those capabilities were most decisive. The second constraint was the one that shaped everything. There were 33 of them. 33 operational Spartan-IIs in a war that stretched across dozens of star systems and hundreds of engagements, and the full range of operational requirements that a conflict of this scale generates. 33 soldiers who could not be in more than one place simultaneously, who could not be committed to a fixed defensive position without losing the operational mobility that made them most valuable, who could not be risked in the kind of attritional engagement where even extraordinary capability is eventually worn down by numbers. Because there were no replacements, and there would be no replacements. Because the program that had produced them had required a decade of preparation and could not simply be rerun at the speed the war demanded. The deployment doctrine that emerged from these constraints was, at its core, a rationing system dressed in the language of strategic prioritization. The Spartans were committed to operations where their specific capabilities were decisive, where the difference between success and failure was, specifically, the difference between having soldiers of their caliber and having soldiers of any other caliber available. This meant high-value target interdiction. It meant the extraction of personnel or intelligence assets from locations that conventional extraction teams could not access. It meant the kind of action conducted in the gaps between the large-scale fleet engagements and planetary assaults that constituted the war's most visible dimension, that changed outcomes without appearing in the strategic accounting that most people who thought about the war thought about. The psychological dimension of the Spartans' deployment was something the unscathed understood and managed with the same deliberateness it brought to everything else about the program. The human species, in the course of a war it was losing, needed something to believe in, needed evidence that the darkness coming from the sky could be met, could be stopped, could be answered by something that humanity had produced. The Spartans provided this evidence in a form that was, crucially, real rather than manufactured. The battle reports that filtered through the unscathed information management apparatus, edited for classification purposes, stripped of details that would have exposed the program's origins or methods, but factually grounded in engagements that had actually occurred, spoke of soldiers who had accomplished things that should not have been possible, who had survived contact with Covenant forces under circumstances where survival was not supposed to be an option. The propaganda value of this was significant, and the UNSAs extracted it with the efficiency of an institution that understood exactly what it was sitting on. To the Covenant, the Spartans represented a different kind of problem, a tactical anomaly that their doctrine was not initially designed to handle. Covenant military planning was organized around the assumption that human soldiers were manageable through the straightforward application of superior technology and numbers. The encounter with Spartans disrupted this assumption in ways that were, from the perspective of Covenant tactical command, both costly and confusing. Forces that should have been able to eliminate a small human insertion team instead encountered resistance that inflicted casualties disproportionate to what any reasonable assessment of the engagement predicted. The Covenant adapted, it always adapted, with the methodical thoroughness of a military institution that had been doing this for a very long time. But adaptation took time and resources, and the resources the Covenant diverted toward the problem of the Spartans were resources it was not deploying elsewhere. In this specific and often overlooked sense, the 33 Spartan-IIs were worth more than the sum of the engagements they personally fought. They were worth the Covenant's response to them as well. But the war was large, and 33 was 33. The pressure that built within the UNSCI's planning structures across the middle years of the conflict, the pressure to find more Spartans, to produce more Spartans, to address the gap between the capability the program had demonstrated and the supply of that capability that the program had produced, was the natural institutional response to a situation in which something was working in a war where most things were not. The people responsible for the UNSCI's strategic planning were not naive about the nature of the Spartan-II program. At the levels of clearance where the program's true design was accessible, there was no illusion about what it had taken to produce the 33 soldiers who were doing what they were doing. But the war was consuming human worlds at a rate that made the calculus of the program's costs look different than it would have looked in peacetime. The question was not whether the program's methods were justifiable in the abstract. The question was whether there was anything that could be done to produce more Spartans, faster, before the arithmetic of the war resolved in the way that the arithmetic was currently pointing. The answer the program's architects explored first was an expansion of the existing model, the possibility of running the Spartan-II program again, identifying a new cohort of candidates, beginning the training cycle that had produced the original 33. This option was examined and set aside, not because the institutional will to conduct it was absent, but because the timeline it implied was incompatible with the war's pace. The Spartan-II program had required a decade of training before the augmentation process could begin, and another year or more of post-augmentation integration before the Spartans it produced were fully operational. In a war that was burning through human colonies at the rate the Covenant was maintaining, a program that required 11 or 12 years to deliver its first operational soldiers was not a solution to the near-term problem. It was a bet on surviving long enough for the long-term solution to arrive. Simultaneously, the original cohort was being reduced by the war itself. The 33 operational Spartan-IIIs who had deployed were not invulnerable. The augmentation process and the MJOLNIR armor had made them extraordinarily survivable by the standards of any previous military technology. But the Covenant had been adapting its tactics in response to what the Spartans could do, and the engagements they were being committed to were the engagements where the consequences of failure were largest, which is to say, the engagements where failure, when it occurred, was most likely to be permanent. Spartans were lost to wounds that even their augmented biology could not repair. They were lost to operational circumstances that placed them beyond the reach of extraction. They were listed as missing in action, in circumstances that made the distinction between missing and gone a bureaucratic courtesy rather than a meaningful category. The number 33 was not static. It was a number that moved, and it moved in only one direction. The institutional recognition that this situation demanded a different kind of answer, a program that could produce enhanced soldiers at a scale and speed that the Spartan-II model could not achieve, was not a sudden revelation. It was the conclusion that the relevant planning processes arrived at through the accumulation of evidence that the existing model was insufficient and through the particular dynamic of institutional pressure in wartime, which tends to lower the threshold for options that would have been unacceptable in other contexts. The question was what a faster, larger, cheaper program would look like, and what it would require, and what it would be willing to accept in order to produce soldiers at the scale the war demanded. The answer to that question was being developed in a part of the UNSCI's institutional architecture that was not Halsey's, by a person whose approach to the problem was different from hers in ways that were important, and who had concluded, correctly, in the narrow operational sense, that the Spartan-II model's central limitation was its unwillingness to accept the kind of loss rate that a truly scalable program would require. Halsey had been willing to accept a 30% augmentation failure rate because she was producing an asset she intended to preserve. She had taken children for reasons that included the expectation that those children would survive the augmentation process and go on to operational careers that justified the investment. The program she had built was expensive, slow, and precious in the specific sense of treating its products as things to be protected rather than expended. The program being designed in the background of the UNSCI's classified planning apparatus was built on a different premise. It did not intend to preserve its products, it intended to spend them. And it had, in the particular conditions of the war, a supply of raw material for this purpose that Halsey's program had not possessed, a supply that the Covenant itself was generating, in the form of children orphaned by the burning of human worlds, children whose families were already gone, and whose loss, when the program eventually consumed them, would be mourned by no living parent because the parents were already dead. The man who was designing this program was Colonel James Ackerson, and the program he was building was going to be darker than anything Halsey had done, and it was going to be called the Spartan-III, and it was going to prove that the question of how far the UNSCI was willing to go had not yet found its answer. James Ackerson was not, by any institutional measure, a man who lacked ambition or capability. His record within the Office of Naval Intelligence placed him among the more effective operators that organization had produced in his generation, a man who understood how power moved through the UNSCI's command structures, who had cultivated the specific combination of results and relationships that allowed him to operate with the kind of latitude that most officers of his rank could not access, and who had demonstrated, across the classified projects he had overseen and the classified decisions he had influenced, a willingness to pursue outcomes at costs that more cautious institutional actors would have found difficult to authorize. He was not a scientist. He was not interested in the biological architecture of what he was building in the way that Halsey was interested in it, the deep, almost aesthetic engagement with the mechanisms of human augmentation that characterized her relationship to the program she had designed. What interested Ackerson was the operational output, what the soldiers could do, how many of them could be produced, how quickly they could be deployed, what they could accomplish when they were sent somewhere and told to accomplish something that no one else could. His rivalry with Halsey was institutional before it was personal, though it became personal as well, in the way that professional competition between people of strong conviction tends to become personal when the stakes are high enough and the contact sustained enough. Halsey represented, to Ackerson's reading of the situation, a particular kind of institutional thinking that he found both admirable and frustrating in equal measure, thinking that was scientifically rigorous and operationally serious, and that had produced, undeniably, results of genuine strategic significance, but that was also constrained by a set of self-imposed limits that he believed the war could no longer afford. The Spartan-II program had been designed to produce soldiers that could be preserved, assets valuable enough that protecting them was part of the operational calculus, that the UNSCI was not supposed to simply commit to objectives and accept their loss as part of the mission's cost. Ackerson thought this was the wrong model for the war they were actually fighting, as opposed to the war the program had been designed for. He thought the UNSCI needed soldiers it could spend. The distinction sounds, stated plainly, like a moral distinction, and it is that, but it is also a practical one, and the practical dimension was what Ackerson's planning documents addressed with the most precision. A force of enhanced soldiers that the UNSCIs was prepared to commit to high-casualty missions and accept the loss of was, from a purely strategic standpoint, a fundamentally different capability than a force of enhanced soldiers that the UNSCI needed to extract from those same missions because they were too valuable and too scarce to lose. The first kind of force could be used at scale, against objectives whose strategic value justified the cost, without the operational constraint of needing to bring the soldiers back. The second kind, the Spartan-IIIs, was being rationed precisely because they could not be replaced, and the rationing was itself a strategic limitation. Ackerson's program was designed to remove that limitation by producing enhanced soldiers in sufficient quantity that their loss in any given operation was an acceptable operational expense rather than an irreplaceable strategic cost. To do this at the scale the war required, within the timeline the war's pace imposed, the program needed to solve two problems that the Spartan-II model had not prioritized. The first was the augmentation process itself, the biological procedures that had taken years to develop and refine, and that had produced, even in their refined form, a failure rate that Halsey had accepted because she was working with a small enough cohort that the statistical weight of that failure rate could be managed. At the scale Ackerson was envisioning, a 30% augmentation casualty rate was not manageable. The mathematics of producing soldiers in companies of hundreds required augmentation protocols that were faster to administer, cheaper to produce, and significantly more reliable in their outcomes, even if the result was a soldier who was less comprehensively enhanced than a Spartan-II, less durable, less capable in the specific ways that the Spartan more thorough biological restructuring produced. The perfect was the enemy of the sufficient, and what the war needed was sufficient, produced in numbers, quickly. The second problem was the candidates themselves. The Spartan-II program had required years of preparation to identify its candidates. The genetic screening, the covert surveillance, the operational precision of the simultaneous abductions across multiple worlds. This was feasible for a cohort of 75. It was not feasible for the hundreds of candidates that Ackerson's program required, not within the timeline he was working with. And it was unnecessary, because the war had been solving the supply problem for him. Every world the Covenant burned produced orphans. Children who had lost their parents and their communities, and in many cases, everything that had constituted the material basis of their lives, who were now in the care of whatever UNSC administrative apparatus was managing the refugee and survivor populations from destroyed colonies, wards of a government that had not protected them and that was not, given the pace of the war, in a position to offer them a future that looked substantially different from the present. These children had already survived catastrophe. They had already demonstrated, in the specific Darwinian sense of having lived through something that killed the people around them, a baseline resilience that the Spartan-II candidate selection process had been designed to screen for through years of careful evaluation. They were, in the planning language of the program Ackerson was designing, pre-screened by the war itself for exactly the qualities the program needed. They were also, and this is the dimension of the recruitment strategy that the program's documentation addresses with the most clinical detachment, children whose loss would produce no parental investigation, no missing child report, no grieving family demanding answers from an institution that had taken their child and could not explain what for. The Spartan-II program had needed the elaborate fiction of the flash clone replacements to manage the problem of the families. The Spartan-III program did not have this problem because the families were gone. The war had eliminated the obstacle that had required Halsey's most morally complicated operational solution, and Ackerson's program simply noted the elimination and moved forward. The recruitment process for the Spartan-III program was not covert in the way that the Spartan-II abductions had been covert. The children who were brought into the program were brought with the involvement of the UNSC administrative apparatus, managing survivor populations, processed through systems that were designed, in their official capacity, to place war orphans in care arrangements of various kinds, and that were, in this specific application, placing them in a care arrangement that was somewhat different from the others. The children were told things that were true as far as they went, that they would be trained, that they would serve, that what was being offered to them was a purpose in a war that had already taken everything else from them. The consent that was obtained was the consent available from children who had already lost the context within which a more meaningful consent could have been made. It was not the abduction of the Spartan-II program. It was something that was, in certain respects, harder to characterize simply because the children were in some technical sense choosing, and the institution knew, and did not say, exactly what they were choosing and what would be done with that choice. The facility to which they were brought was on a world called Onyx, Zeta Doradus IV, in the formal cataloging, a planet that the UNSCAE had designated for classified research and training use, and whose existence in that capacity was known only at the clearance levels where such designations were accessible. The installation on Onyx that the Spartan-III program used as its training ground was called Camp Currahee, and it was, in its physical character, both similar to and different from the facility on Reach where the Spartan-IIs had trained. The terrain was different, jungle rather than mountain, dense and hot and wet in ways that Reach's cold slopes were not, demanding in different ways but equally unsparing in what it asked of the people moving through it. The institutional character was similar, a facility designed around the training program it housed, stripped of everything that was not functional, organized around the production of soldiers, as a factory is organized around the production of whatever it produces. The training officers who ran Camp Currahee operated under a program framework that drew on the Spartan-II training curriculum as a reference while adapting it to the specific requirements of the Spartan-III model. The physical conditioning was as demanding as what Mendez had run on Reach, or more so, the program had less time and needed to compress what the Spartan-IIIs had developed across 8 years into a shorter period. The tactical education was similarly intensive. The psychological hardening was, if anything, more systematic, partly because the children entering the Spartan-III program had already been psychologically marked by the experiences that had orphaned them, which required the training staff to work with a baseline that was different from the baseline the Spartan-IIs had brought to Reach, and partly because the operational doctrine the Spartan-IIIs were being trained for was one that placed specific psychological demands on its soldiers that the training needed to explicitly address. Those demands were the demands of soldiers who were being trained to accomplish objectives without the expectation of return. The suicide mission doctrine was not, in the program's planning documents, described in those terms. The language used was the language of military planning, high-risk operations, acceptable casualty parameters, mission-critical objectives that justified elevated force commitment. But the underlying reality was legible through the language if you knew how to read it, and the people who wrote the documents and the people who read them all knew how to read it. The Spartan-III companies were being designed for operations where the strategic value of the objective was high enough to justify the commitment of a full company of enhanced soldiers to an assault that the planning assessment identified as non-survivable for the majority of the force. The objective would be achieved. The company would be spent. The operational accounting would record the exchange as favorable because the target destroyed was worth more to the war effort than the soldiers consumed in destroying it. The institutional machinery that produced and sustained this doctrine was not located in any single decision-maker. It was distributed through the planning process in the way that institutional decisions that are too uncomfortable to be made explicitly tend to be distributed, through a series of individually defensible choices that together constitute a decision that none of the individual choices would have survived if it had been stated plainly. The operational requirements were set by people who understood what they implied. The augmentation protocols were designed to those requirements by people who understood what they implied. The training curriculum was built around the operational requirements by people who understood what they implied. The children were recruited by people who understood what they implied. At each step, the decision was framed in terms of the step itself, rather than the destination it was moving toward, and the destination was arrived at without anyone having to sign a document that said, "We are going to train these orphan children to be soldiers and then send them on missions we know they will not survive. There were people within the relevant command structures who understood the full picture, who saw the individual steps in their relation to each other, and recognized the destination they collectively implied, and who continued their work anyway, because the war was burning worlds, and the Covenant was not going to stop, and the children were already orphaned, and the targets were real, and the math of an exchange that spent 300 soldiers to destroy a strategic asset worth 10 times the operational cost of 300 soldiers was, in the stripped-down ethical universe of an institution fighting for the survival of a species, math that produced a number marked acceptable. The augmentation shortcuts that the Spartan-III protocols employed, the cheaper chemical analogs that replaced some of the more sophisticated biological interventions of the Spartan-II program, the modifications that were present but less refined, the enhancements that achieved genuine capability improvement while accepting higher side effect risk, produced soldiers who were, measured against the Spartan-II standard, less thoroughly transformed. They were faster than unaugmented humans, stronger, more resilient, capable of sustaining physical effort at levels that would have incapacitated ordinary soldiers, and of continuing to fight through damage that would have stopped anyone else. They were, by every measure except the Spartan-II one, extraordinary, but they were not Spartan-IIs, and the program had not needed them to be. The program had needed them to be sufficient for the specific objectives they were being trained to attempt, and that was what they were. The first of the 3 companies the Spartan-III program would produce was Alpha Company. 300 soldiers, most of them in their early teens when they completed training. All of them children of the war that was consuming the species they had been remade to protect. They had been recruited from the populations of survivors who had nowhere else to go. They had been trained on a world that did not officially exist, in a program that did not officially exist, for operations that had been planned before the first day of their training and that had been planned with the knowledge of what would happen to most of them when the operations were conducted. There is a particular silence that falls over a training facility in the hours before a deployment. It is different from the silence of ordinary night. It has a quality of suspension to it, as though the air itself has registered that something is about to happen that will not be undone. The silence on Onyx, in the period before Alpha Company was briefed on the mission that had been waiting for them since before they arrived, carried this quality. The children who had become soldiers, in a program that had never intended to bring them home, were ready. The mission was ready. And somewhere in the UNSCI's planning apparatus, the people who had designed this program were watching the deployment proceed with the particular expression of people who have decided that what they are doing is necessary and who have learned, across the years of doing necessary things, not to look too directly at what necessity actually requires. The target was real. This is worth establishing clearly, because the reality of the target is part of what makes the decision to send Alpha Company to destroy it so difficult to look at directly. The fact that the exchange was not cynical in its strategic logic, that the people who planned it were not wrong, that the facility at Pegasi Delta was worth destroying, that the Covenant refueling infrastructure the operation was designed to eliminate represented a genuine and significant military asset whose removal would have genuine and significant consequences for the Covenant's operational capacity in that region of the war. The target was real, and its destruction mattered, and the plan that was developed to destroy it was, by the operational standards of a war that had been requiring terrible decisions for years, sound. The plan was also one that the planners knew, before it was executed, would consume almost everyone sent to carry it out. Pegasi Delta was a system that the Covenant had developed, across the years of the war, into a significant logistical hub, a point in their operational network where fuel and supplies and the particular resources that sustained the movement of Covenant fleets through slipspace were concentrated and distributed. Destroying it would not end the war. Nothing that any single operation could accomplish would end the war. But it would degrade the Covenant's operational capacity in the sectors it served in ways that would produce cascading effects across the enemy's planning and logistics, effects that the UNSCI's assessments valued highly enough to place the facility in the category of targets worth significant cost to eliminate. The question was not whether the target was worth destroying, it was what destroying it would cost and whether that cost was acceptable. The cost, as the operations planners calculated it, was Alpha Company. The insertion was conducted with the operational precision that had characterized everything the Spartan-III program had done from the beginning. The program that didn't exist, deploying soldiers who didn't exist, into a system whose significance to the enemy was not in question. 300 Spartan-IIs, in the armor the program had provided them, not the bespoke MJOLNIR of their Spartan-II counterparts, which required the specific neural interface architecture that only augmented Spartan-II physiology could sustain without fatal feedback. But the semi-powered infiltration armor that had been developed for the program, lighter and cheaper and lacking the full neural integration of MJOLNIR, but offering real protection and real enhancement to soldiers whose own augmented capabilities made the most critical contribution to what they could accomplish. They went in fast and they went in quiet, in the way of soldiers who have been trained to move through defended space without announcing themselves, and the opening phases of the assault on the Pegasi Delta facility proceeded with a effectiveness that the operational record documents, in terms that suggest the training had produced exactly what it was intended to produce. The battle that followed, the extended engagement in which 300 young Spartans fought through a Covenant installation that was significantly more heavily defended than the Covenant typically defended facilities it did not consider to be particularly at risk, lasted long enough that the people monitoring it from the operational command positions could track, in real time, the reduction of the force conducting it. Alpha Company was not fighting to survive. They were fighting to complete the objective, and they had been trained for exactly this, to continue pressing toward the thing they had been sent to accomplish, regardless of what the continuation cost, to maintain tactical coherence under casualty rates that would have broken any conventional unit, to treat the mission as the thing that mattered, and to treat what happened to them in the course of the mission as a secondary consideration. Heavy rain fell on the scorched alloy plating of the facility's exterior structures as the assault progressed, the particular weather of Pegasi Delta's atmosphere indifferent to the violence proceeding beneath it, the rain hissing against metal that had been heated by weapons fire and cooling unevenly in the wet. The reactor systems at the facility's core were cycling through the stress responses of systems under attack, their hum altering in the specific ways that reactor hum alters when the infrastructure around it is being degraded. Radio channels that had been full of Alpha Company's tactical communication, the compressed, efficient shorthand of soldiers who had trained together for years and had developed a communication economy that said necessary things in as few transmissions as possible, grew quieter as the battle continued and the number of people transmitting on those channels decreased. The facility was destroyed. The objective was achieved. The explosive charges that had been carried into the target by soldiers who understood they were carrying them for this purpose were placed and detonated with the operational effectiveness that the training had been designed to produce, and the Covenant logistical hub at Pegasi Delta ceased to exist as a functional installation, and the UNSCI's operational accounting recorded the action as a success, which in the terms that operational accounting uses, it was. Of the 300 Spartan-IIIs who had gone in, approximately 298 did not come back. The silence on the command channels, in the aftermath of the detonation and the completion of the targeting assessment, had a different character than the silence that had been building across the battle's duration. It was not the silence of an ongoing tactical situation where communication had been interrupted or suppressed. It was the silence of a completed action. the particular quiet that falls when there is nothing left to do but account for what has been done, and when the accounting produces a number that even the people who calculated it in advance are not entirely prepared to receive when it arrives in the form of real absence rather than projected percentage. Two of Alpha Company's 300 came back. Their names were Ash G099 and Olivia G291, and their survival was not the product of any element of the mission's planning. The operation had not included an extraction plan, because the people who designed the operation had made the calculation that designing and resourcing an extraction capability for a mission of this character would represent an operational complexity and a resource commitment that the expected outcome did not justify. Not designing an extraction plan was not an oversight. It was a decision made deliberately by people who had assessed the likely fate of the force and had determined that the mission's success criteria did not require their return. Ash and Olivia came back because of the specific combination of extraordinary capability and extraordinary circumstance that sometimes produces survival in situations designed, at the systemic level, to produce the opposite, because they were among the most capable soldiers Alpha Company had produced, and because the specific ways in which the battle had unfolded created, in its final stages, a path to survival that was not supposed to exist, and that they were able to find and to take. They came back to a program that had not built infrastructure to receive them, because the program had not expected them. There is a dimension of the Alpha Company story that the operational record does not surface until you know to look for it, and that changes the moral character of what the program did in ways that deepen rather than complicate the picture. Before Alpha Company deployed to Pegasi Delta, before the mission was briefed, before the insertion was conducted, before the battle that would consume 298 of them, the Spartan-III program had already identified a small number of Alpha Company's soldiers as candidates for a different fate than the one the rest of the company was being sent toward. The designation was Cat 6. The category it described was, in the program's internal language, exceptional. Soldiers within the Spartan-III cohort whose performance across training had been sufficiently remarkable that they were assessed as assets too valuable to spend on the kind of operation that the program had been designed to produce. The identification was made quietly, as part of the ongoing assessment processes that ran throughout the training program, and the soldiers so identified were withdrawn from their companies before the deployment, transferred to roles or assignments that did not involve the missions their former company members were being sent on, without any explanation to the soldiers who remained that would have made clear what the withdrawal meant about the fate of those who had not been withdrawn. The people who ran the Spartan-III program had decided, before Alpha Company went to Pegasi Delta, which of Alpha Company was worth saving. They had made this decision using the same operational calculus that had designed the suicide mission doctrine in the first place: the assessment of relative value, the identification of the asset worth preserving against the asset that could acceptably be expended. They had pulled the best ones out, and they had sent the rest. This is the thing that the operational record requires to be held alongside the strategic justification for the Pegasi Delta mission. The justification that the target was real, that its destruction mattered, that the exchange was strategically sound, addresses the question of whether the mission was worth conducting. It does not address the question embedded in the Cat 6 program, which is a different question. If the soldiers committed to the mission were genuinely expendable, why were some of them identified in advance as too valuable to expend? The answer the Cat 6 program implies is that the soldiers were not, in fact, uniformly expendable. That the program recognized, at the level of its own internal assessments, that some of them were worth more than others, and acted on that recognition by saving the ones it valued most and sending the rest to die. This is not the ethics of military sacrifice, in which soldiers accept risk in the service of a mission whose importance justifies that risk. It is something else: the deliberate management of a population of children by an institution that had decided which ones it could afford to lose before it sent them anywhere. The silence that followed the completion of Operation Torpedo was not marked by ceremony, because a program that did not exist could not conduct ceremonies for soldiers who did not exist. The operational record was classified at the levels that kept it from any audience who might have used it to ask questions the program was not prepared to answer. The facility at Pegasi Delta was gone. The assessment of the mission's strategic impact was, by the relevant measures, positive. The files were closed, or as close to closed as files of this kind ever become, and the program that had produced Alpha Company and sent Alpha Company to Pegasi Delta continued its work. Beta Company was already in training on Onyx. Their augmentations had been completed. Their curriculum was proceeding on the timeline the program had established. They were, by the measures the program used to assess readiness, developing into exactly what the program intended them to be: soldiers capable of the kind of action that Alpha Company had demonstrated was achievable, soldiers who would be committed to a mission of similar character when the operational planning identified a target of sufficient value to justify the commitment. The program had not paused to assess whether what had been done to Alpha Company required reconsideration. The strategic logic that had produced Operation Torpedo was unchanged by the operation's outcome, because the outcome had been what the logic predicted: the target destroyed, the company spent, the exchange recorded as acceptable. The logic was still the logic. The targets were still the targets. The war was still the war, and it was still consuming human worlds at a rate that the program's architects had decided justified what they were doing. Ash and Olivia were somewhere in the Unskis system, survivors of a mission that had not been designed to produce survivors, carrying the weight of having come back from something their 298 company members had not come back from. The specific character of that weight, what it means to be the person who lived when the people you trained with, the people who constituted the only community you had known since the war took everything else, did not, is not something the program's records address, because the program's records were not designed to address it. The rain at Pegasi Delta had stopped, or moved on, or simply continued in the way of weather on worlds that do not register what has happened on them as anything requiring a response. The channels were quiet. And on Onyx, Beta Company was running drills in the jungle dark, in the recycled air of a facility on a world that didn't exist, getting ready for a mission that was already being planned for them, by people who had looked at what happened to Alpha Company and decided that what needed to change was the scale. There are forms of institutional knowledge that accumulate not through deliberate study, but through the simple repetition of decisions, knowledge that settles into the architecture of an organization's behavior in the same way that a path settles into ground that has been walked across enough times, becoming not a chosen route, but the route, the way things are done, the shape that action takes when an institution has done something often enough that doing it has stopped requiring justification. The Spartan-III program had, by the time Beta Company completed its training and the operational planning for their deployment entered its final phase, developed this kind of knowledge about the specific business of spending soldiers on objectives the planners knew they would not survive. It had done it once. The logic had held. The target had been destroyed. The accounting had come out favorable, and now the program was preparing to do it again, with a larger company and a larger target, and the same underlying arithmetic, in the particular manner of institutions that have discovered a method that works and see no compelling reason to abandon it. Beta Company was larger than Alpha Company had been, a deliberate scaling, the program having assessed that the target being assigned to Beta required more force than the Pegasi Delta facility had required, and the program having the capacity to produce more force now that the first cycle had been completed and the lessons of Alpha's training incorporated into Beta's curriculum. Where Alpha Company had numbered approximately 300 soldiers, Beta Company numbered approximately 418. This was not a rounding error or an administrative imprecision. It was a commitment. The program committing 418 human beings to an operation whose planning assessment placed the expected return at 0 because the target justified the commitment and the program had decided that justification was sufficient. The target designated for Operation Prometheus was a Covenant ship manufacturing complex at a system catalogued as K749, an installation of considerably greater strategic significance than the refueling hub at Pegasi Delta, producing the kind of capability that the Covenant required to sustain its assault on human space, and whose destruction would degrade that capability in ways that the UNSCI's operational assessments valued at a level high enough to place it among the highest priority targets on the strategic list. The facility was not a support asset. It was a production asset, not servicing the Covenant's capacity to make war, but actively generating it, turning resources into warships that would be used to burn human worlds. Destroying it would not merely interrupt the Covenant's logistical flow. It would remove from the enemy's order of battleships that would otherwise have existed, engagements that would otherwise have occurred, colonies that would otherwise have been targeted. The case for the mission, at the level of strategic value, was strong. The insertion was conducted in the same operational register as Alpha companies, the program that did not exist, deploying soldiers who did not exist, into a system whose elimination from the Covenant's production network was the only thing that mattered to the people who had designed the operation. Beta Company went in with the same combination of augmented capability and SPI armor that Alpha had carried to Pegasi Delta, and they went in with the specific training that the program had given them, training built around the Alpha Company mission as a data point, incorporating the operational lessons of what had worked and what had been harder than expected, refining the approach in the ways that the program had determined the refinement would improve the outcome. The outcome the program was refining toward was the destruction of K749. The outcome for Beta Company was not a planning variable. What happened at K749 across the 3 days of Operation Prometheus is documented in the operational record with the clinical precision of military after-action reports compiled from sensor data and signal traffic rather than from the accounts of soldiers who survived to give them, which had been dense and tactically coherent in the operation's opening phases, thinned as the days passed and the battle continued, thinned in the specific way that signal traffic thins when the people generating it are being reduced in number, until on the 3rd day it thinned to nothing. 418 signals across those 3 days, becoming one, becoming none. The battle had lasted longer than the operational planning had projected. This was not a failure of the planning. The projections for an operation of this character were inherently uncertain, and the planners had worked with the data they had, which was the data available from similar operations in similar environments. Beta Company had encountered a level of resistance at K749 that reflected the facility's greater strategic importance, a Covenant defensive commitment proportionate to what the facility represented to their war effort, heavier than what Alpha Company had faced at Pegasi Delta and sustained across the 3 days of the engagement with a consistency that spoke to the Covenant's understanding of what they were defending. Beta Company had fought through this resistance in the way they had been trained to fight through it, not by avoiding the engagements the resistance offered, but by pressing through them, maintaining the tactical cohesion and the forward momentum that the mission required, absorbing casualties at a rate that would have shattered any conventional unit, and continuing. They had continued for 3 days. The specifics of individual engagements within those 3 days, the tactical details of how 418 young soldiers fought through a defended Covenant installation for 72 hours, while the number capable of continuing to fight decreased with each passing hour, are not fully recoverable from the records that remain, because the records that remain are the records of an operation conducted by a program that did not exist, and the completeness of documentation was not the priority of people who had designed the operation to leave nothing that would require explanation to audiences who had not been cleared to receive explanations. What can be said is what the signal traffic establishes, that Beta Company fought continuously, that they maintained tactical communication and therefore tactical organization well into the third day, that the last signals from the company's communication architecture were operationally coherent rather than chaotic, the signals of soldiers who were still functioning as a unit rather than the signals of a force in disintegration. The facility at K749 was destroyed. The operational assessment of the mission's strategic impact was, by the relevant measures, positive. The destruction of the manufacturing complex degraded Covenant production capacity in the assessed sector to the degree the planning had projected, and the downstream effects on the Covenant's operational capability in the affected systems were consistent with the strategic value that had justified the mission's planning. The accounting came out favorable. The exchange had been, by the numbers that institutional planning uses to evaluate these things, worth it. All 418 were gone. There were no Ash G099s this time, no Olivia G291s. No survivors whose existence complicated the operational narrative by demonstrating that survival had been possible, even if the planning had not provided for it. Beta Company's return rate was not approximately 1%, it was 0. And the difference between 1% and 0 is, in human terms, not a quantitative difference at all, but a qualitative one. The difference between a story that has survivors who can carry it forward and a story that exists only in records, in the operational files of a program that was not going to share those records with anyone who had not signed the relevant clearance forms. The institutional silence that followed the completion of Operation Prometheus was the same silence that had followed Alpha Company's deployment. No ceremony, no public acknowledgement, no recognition of what had been done and what it had cost in any forum where the people who had authorized it would need to account for the authorization. The Spartan-III program had been designed to operate in silence, and it did. The files were handled by people who understood what the files contained and had long since made their accommodations with that understanding. The strategic benefit was logged. The operational cost was logged. The logging was classified, and the program that had produced Beta Company and sent Beta Company to K749 assessed the outcome and found it consistent with its operational parameters and continued. There is a particular quality to the silence that falls in the wake of something of this scale, something that is not shock exactly, because shock requires surprise, and the people who had planned Operation Prometheus were not surprised by its outcome. It is closer to the silence of a reckoning that has been encountered before and survived before, and that has, through the surviving of it, become something an institution can absorb without visible disruption. The program had built this silence into its design from the beginning. The silence was the point, the operational condition that allowed the program to continue doing what it was doing, without the interference of audiences who had not been told what it was doing. The silence served the program, and the program served the war, and the war was still consuming everything in reach. On Onyx, Gamma Company was still in training. They were the third company the Spartan-III program had produced, and they were the largest, a cohort that had been building since before Beta Company deployed, whose training had been proceeding on a timeline that was independent of the operational decisions being made about the companies that had preceded them. They were not told, in the way that the program told its soldiers things, what had happened to Alpha Company or Beta Company. The information they had about the fate of their predecessors was the information that the program decided they needed, which was less than the full picture, and filtered through the operational language of an institution that had learned to discuss its decisions in terms that did not require confronting their implications directly. Gamma Company trained. They ran in the jungle dark on Onyx. They learned the curriculum that had been built from Alpha's training and refined by Betas, the accumulated institutional knowledge of a program that had now sent 2 companies on missions and received the operational data from those missions. Data that, in the program's internal processing of it, was primarily the data of tactical lessons and augmentation refinements, rather than the data of what it meant to have sent 418 people somewhere from which none of them returned. The training continued, because the program continued, because the war continued, and Gamma Company was being prepared for the mission that the planning processes were already designing for them. The mission that waited at the end of the training program, the way that Pegasi Delta had waited for Alpha and K749 had waited for Beta, the mission that the program had decided was what Gamma Company was for. The year was 2052. It was the same year that had swallowed Beta Company's 418, the same year that was continuing to swallow human worlds at the rate the Covenant had been maintaining across the years of the war. And somewhere in the operational planning machinery of the UNSCI, the target for Gamma Company's deployment was being refined, the strategic analysis being updated, the mission parameters being adjusted, the specific operational requirements being worked through with the same careful professionalism that had produced the plans for TORPEDO and Prometheus. And then something happened that the planning machinery had not planned for, that the operational assessments had not fully modeled in their projections. That fell on the UNSCI's strategic situation like a weight that changed the shape of everything beneath it. The Covenant found reach. Not in the way that they had found the outer colonies, the way of a force working systematically outward from the edge of human space, burning worlds in a progression that gave the UNSCI some limited ability to anticipate the next target in the sequence and position its forces accordingly. They found reach in the way of a force that had obtained intelligence about the location of the most significant military installation in human space and had committed to its destruction with the total force commitment that the target warranted. The scale of the assault that fell on Reach was not a tactical deployment. It was an extinction event for whatever was on the surface below it, prosecuted with the methodical efficiency of an institution that had done this to planets before and knew exactly how it was done. The UNSCI's command structure at Reach was among the most concentrated in human space. The Spartan-II program's infrastructure was on Reach. The UNSCI's most significant production facilities were on Reach. Everything that the war effort had built and concentrated at the center of its military power, because the center of its military power was the place where those things were supposed to be safe, was on Reach. And the ground on which the Spartan-III program had been building its third company, on a world that officially did not exist, was suddenly no longer as remote from the war's front as the program had assumed when it chose that world for its purposes. What was coming for Reach was going to change everything, and on Onyx, separated from Reach by the distances of interstellar space and the classification barriers that had kept the program's location from the enemy's awareness, Gamma Company was still in training, still running drills in the dark, still being prepared for a mission that was suddenly, without anyone on Onyx having been informed of this yet, competing with the largest single catastrophe in the history of human space for priority in the UNSCI's operational planning. The mission waiting for Gamma Company was not going to arrive before what was coming arrived first. The stars above Onyx looked the same as they always had. The jungle was the same. The facility was the same. The training continued, as training continues, because the program had not yet received what it was about to receive, and because the silence that was the program's operational condition was, in this specific moment, a silence that also concealed from the program itself the scale of what was happening to the war it existed to serve. The third accounting was coming, and it was going to be different from the first two. The fall of Reach did not reach Onyx as news. It reached Onyx as consequence, as the specific downstream effects of a catastrophe so large that its pressure propagated outward through the UNSCI's command architecture in ways that disrupted operations and redirected resources and altered the priorities of planning processes across the entirety of human space, including the planning processes that had been quietly managing a program on a world that officially did not exist. The communication channels through which the Spartan-III program maintained its classified connectivity to the broader institutional machinery of the UNSEI had been carrying increasingly urgent traffic in the weeks before Reach fell. Traffic whose character reflected the gathering weight of the Covenant assault on the system, without, in most cases, stating explicitly what the traffic was responding to. And then the traffic changed, in the way that traffic changes when the thing it has been responding to has resolved, not into silence, but into a different kind of urgency, the urgency of an institution absorbing a loss of a scale it had not fully prepared to absorb, reorienting itself around a new reality faster than the systems designed for deliberate planning could comfortably manage. The mission that had been planned for them, the operational target that the Spartan-III program's planning processes had been developing, the successor to Torpedo and Prometheus that would have sent Gamma Company somewhere from which most of them were not expected to return, had not yet been finalized to the point of deployment authorization when the Covenant's assault on Reach consumed the attention and the command bandwidth of the relevant decision-makers in ways that pushed the finalization of Gamma Company's mission down the priority list. Not eliminated, not reconsidered, simply deferred in the manner of bureaucratic processes responding to competing demands on the time of the people who would need to authorize the next step. The war had produced a larger emergency, and the larger emergency was absorbing what the program needed to proceed. This deferral, an administrative contingency, not a moral decision, not a reconsideration of the program's doctrine, not the product of anyone having looked at what had happened to Alpha and Beta and concluded that Gamma deserved a different fate, was the specific mechanism by which Gamma Company survived the fate that the program had designed for them. They did not survive because the institution that had built them changed its mind. They survived because the institution that had built them was momentarily too overwhelmed by a larger catastrophe to complete the administrative process required to send them to die on a smaller one. The mercy, such as it was accidental. The war's timing was not. And the distinction between the two matters enormously, because the distinction tells you something about what the institution would have done to Gamma Company if Reach had burned a year later, rather than when it did. What reached Onyx instead of the deployment order was something that Camp Currahie's security apparatus detected before it fully understood what it was detecting. Anomalous activity across the planet's surface. Activity that did not match the parameters of any known threat in the facility's operational planning. That presented in the monitoring systems as simultaneous activation events distributed across geographic areas far larger than any single installation's perimeter. The Sentinel forces that the Forerunner infrastructure embedded in Onyx's geological structure had maintained in dormancy across millennia were waking, not in response to anything the Spartan-III program had done, not in response to the war being fought above the planet, but in response to triggers built into the Forerunner system's own deep programming. Triggers whose logic was older than human civilization and whose activation, once begun, proceeded with the methodical implacability of machinery that had been waiting a very long time to do the thing it had been designed to do. The Sentinels were not the Covenant. They were not, in any straightforward operational sense, an enemy that Camp Currahie's training program had prepared Gamma Company to fight. They were something that had not been in the threat assessment because they had not been in anyone's threat assessment. Autonomous Forerunner constructs of extraordinary durability and considerable destructive capability, suddenly active across a planet that the program had chosen specifically because it was supposed to be remote from the war and free from the kind of threat that required the program to divert attention from its primary mission. The engagement that developed between Gamma Company and the Sentinel forces on Onyx's surface was not a mission the program had planned. It was a battle that arrived without announcement and that demanded the capabilities the program had built. The augmented soldiers, the training, the psychological resilience, in a context that was entirely outside what any of the planning had anticipated. The battle that unfolded across Onyx in the period following the Sentinel activation was not a battle that Gamma Company fought alone. The crisis had drawn other forces to Onyx, had drawn, through the complex and partially disrupted channels of a UNES command structure dealing simultaneously with the loss of reach and the anomalous situation developing on a classified world, a small group that included Spartan-II personnel who had survived the catastrophe at Reach and who arrived at Onyx carrying the particular weight of people who had just watched the place they had trained and lived and been shaped by, consumed by an enemy they had spent their augmented lives fighting. The convergence of Spartan-IIs and Spartan-IIIs on Onyx's surface, the two generations of the program occupying the same ground, fighting the same enemy, for the first time in the history of a program that had kept them carefully separated in the classified architecture of its institutional design, was not accompanied by any formal recognition of what it represented. There was a battle happening. The battle required attention. The Sentinel forces were substantial and coordinated in ways that individual-level tactical excellence could address, but not ignore, and the people on Onyx's surface were occupied with the specific and immediate demands of surviving a fight on ground that was actively becoming more hostile as the Forerunner systems continued their activation sequence. What the convergence produced, in institutional terms, was the first moment at which the two programs, Halsey's and Ackerson's, the preserved and the expendable, the generation built to be kept and the generations built to be spent, were visible to each other in a way that the program's design had prevented before. The Spartan-IIs who had come to Onyx knew what the Spartan-IIIs were, in the broad sense that their clearances allowed. The Spartan-IIIs knew what the Spartan-Is were, in the same broad sense. The specific dimension of what they were to each other, the mirror that each held for the other about what the UNSCHI had been willing to do and what it had decided was worth preserving versus what it had decided was worth spending, was not a conversation the battle allowed time for. The Sentinels were not interested in the program's institutional history. The discovery that changed everything arrived not as a revelation, but as a tactical necessity, a door, or what functioned as a door in the architectural logic of the Forerunner structures that Onyx's geology concealed within itself, that opened as the battle's progression drove the surviving personnel toward it, with the particular directional logic of combat on ground, where not all directions remain equally viable. The Forerunner shield world that existed within Onyx, a construct of a scale that the human mind requires time to fully register, a volume of space enclosed within the planet's outer shell that contained, among other things, an artificial star and the environmental conditions of a habitable world, built by a civilization that had been extinct for 100,000 years, to standards that made everything humanity had constructed look provisional, was not something the people who entered it had been looking for. They had been looking for a way to survive the next few minutes. What they found instead was something that, had they been in a position to fully comprehend it at the moment of discovery, would have been difficult to comprehend. They entered. The entrance closed behind them. The Sentinel activity on Onyx's outer surface continued, and then, as the Forerunner systems completed whatever process their activation had been building toward, concluded in ways that rendered the outer planet's surface uninhabitable and the shield world's interior the only space within Onyx where the people who had entered it could continue to exist. Gamma Company and the other survivors of the Battle of Onyx were alive. They were alive in a Forerunner construct of extraordinary size and complete isolation, with no immediate means of communicating their survival to the UNSCHI command structure that had no reliable information about what had happened on Onyx and no particular reason, given the scale of everything else that had happened in the same period, to prioritize the determination of outcomes on a classified world that had gone dark in the middle of a crisis that was consuming everything. They were alive in the specific, paradoxical, unglamorous way of people who have survived something terrible and found themselves on the other side of it, in a situation whose full implications they cannot immediately assess, sustained by the training that had prepared them for extreme operational environments, and by the particular resilience that the program had built into them, waiting in a darkness lit by an artificial star for the situation to develop in directions they could not yet predict. They were not dead. This is the thing that needs to be stated simply, because it is the thing the program had not intended and the war had not required. Gamma Company was not dead. The third company of the Spartan-III program, the one that had been in training when Alpha deployed, and was still in training when Beta deployed, and was still in training when Reach burned, had arrived at the end of the war's most catastrophic year alive, in circumstances that were profoundly strange and operationally uncertain and completely outside anything the program had designed for them, but alive. The weight of this needs to be held against the weight of what had happened to Alpha and Beta, because the contrast is not incidental to the story of the Spartan-III program. It is the story's sharpest edge. Alpha Company had been sent to Pegasi Delta with no extraction plan and 2 survivors by accident. Beta Company had been sent to K749 with no extraction plan and no survivors at all. Gamma Company had been assigned to a mission whose planning would have produced the same outcome, whose deployment had been deferred by administrative contingency and then overtaken by events, and had survived not because the institution had reconsidered what it was doing, but because the war had moved faster than the paperwork. Here, the macro question: how far did humanity go, and how far was it willing to keep going to build the saviors it could not live without, acquires a dimension that the strategic accounting of Alpha and Beta's deployments does not fully expose. With Alpha Company, humanity went as far as spending 300 children on a target worth destroying. With Beta Company, humanity went as far as spending 418 children on a target worth destroying. With Gamma Company, humanity had prepared to go just as far again, had designed the mission, had built the company, had developed the operational plan, and then had not had to, because the war intervened before the administrative process completed. The question of how far humanity was willing to go is partially answered by what it did to Alpha and Beta. It is also answered by what it had prepared to do to Gamma, and did not do only because something larger prevented it. The program had not changed its mind. The war had changed the subject. The survivors in the SHIELD world waited. The UNSC, dealing with the aftermath of Reach and the broader strategic recalibration that the loss of its most significant military installation demanded, gradually extended the information-gathering processes that would eventually establish what had happened on Onyx and what condition its survivors were in. The war that had driven the Spartan-III program's design, the war that had made Alpha Companies and Beta Companies' fates thinkable, that had created the conditions under which sending children on suicide missions was processed by the relevant institutions as a form of strategic necessity, was itself approaching a crisis point whose resolution would change the character of everything the program had been designed to address. The Human Covenant War was not yet over when Gamma Company found itself sealed in a Forerunner SHIELD world with an artificial sun and no immediate way home. But it was closer to over than it had been, and the specific form its resolution would take, a fragmentation within the Covenant itself, a shift in the political and military alignments that had sustained the enemy's war effort, was already developing in ways that would, within a period the program's survivors would live to see, alter the strategic landscape that had made the Spartan-III program's logic seem, to the people who had built it, not merely permissible but necessary. When they emerged, when the SHIELD world situation was eventually resolved and the survivors found their way back to a human space that had changed significantly in the period of their isolation, they came out into a galaxy that was not the galaxy the program had been designed to serve. The war that had made it thinkable to spend children on suicide missions was over. The institutions that had made those decisions were still in place. The records of what had been done were still classified. The people who had made the authorizing decisions were still in their positions, or had moved to other positions, or had retired, but had not, in any meaningful institutional sense, been asked to account for what they had authorized. Gamma Company came home to a world that did not fully know what had happened to them, or to their predecessors, or to the program that had produced all three companies and sent two of them knowingly to their deaths. They came home carrying the knowledge of what they had survived and the knowledge of what Alpha and Beta had not survived, in the specific way of soldiers who understand the institutional machinery that produced them well enough to know exactly how much of their own survival was luck, and how much was the war's timing, and how little, was anything that the institution that built them had actually chosen to provide. The third accounting, unlike the first two, did not end in a silence on the command channels. It ended in a SHIELD world's artificial dawn, in the strange and unglamorous survival of people who had been built to be spent and had not been spent, waiting for a door to open and a war to end, and a world to figure out what to do with soldiers it had not expected to have to find a place for. The subterranean hum of the Forerunner structures, resonant through the ground beneath them, had a quality that no human-built facility had ever produced, something deeper than the hum of reactors or the vibration of engines, something that carried the particular register of machinery, built at a scale and to a standard of permanence that human engineering had never attempted. It was not a comfort, exactly, but it was consistent. And consistency, for people who had trained in the dark, on a world that didn't exist, and survived a battle on the same world, and found themselves on the other side of it still breathing, was not nothing. They were alive. The program had not intended this. The program had not planned for it. And the program, when it turned its attention to what came next, was going to have to operate in a world where the war that had defined its logic was over, and the soldiers it had built were not all dead, and the question of what the institution was going to do about all of this was one that no amount of classification was going to make permanently answerable by silence alone. The science that built the Spartan-IIIs was not ignorant science. This is the thing that makes its specific character most difficult to look at without flinching. Not that the people who designed the Spartan-III augmentation protocols were working in darkness, without knowledge of what they were doing or the capacity to understand its implications, but that they were working with considerable sophistication, with the accumulated data of 2 prior programs and years of biological research, and they applied that sophistication deliberately to the project of producing enhanced soldiers at lower cost and higher volume, with a full understanding of what the trade-offs they were accepting actually meant for the bodies that would carry them. They knew what they were building. They knew what they were accepting in exchange for the economies they required. And they built it anyway, because the war was what the war was, and the program was what the program was, and the bodies that would carry the cheaper augmentations belonged to children who had already lost everything else and were not in a position to evaluate the trade-off being made on their behalf. The design brief that governed the Spartan-III augmentation package was explicit about its priorities in a way that the Spartan-II protocols had not needed to be, because the Spartan-II protocols had been designed around the preservation of the asset, and preservation does not require a brief that explains what is being traded away. The Spartan-III brief required this explanation because the trade-offs were real, and the people making them needed to be able to document the reasoning that justified accepting them. The primary requirement was sufficiency. The augmentation package needed to produce soldiers capable of accomplishing the specific operational objectives the program had designed them for. Not the full spectrum of capability that a Spartan-II could achieve. Not the most comprehensive biological transformation that the science could produce. Sufficient. Capable enough to assault a defended Covenant installation, to sustain combat for the duration required to achieve the objective, to accomplish through augmented capability what conventional soldiers could not accomplish, and to do all of this within a cost structure and a production timeline that the program could sustain at the volume it required. The secondary requirement, which the brief addressed more obliquely, but which shaped every specific trade-off the augmentation package incorporated, was that the failure rate, the proportion of candidates who did not survive the augmentation process, needed to be lower than the Spartan-II program's 30%. This was not, as it might initially appear, a concession to the ethics of the situation. It was an operational requirement. At the scale the Spartan-III program was producing soldiers, a 30% augmentation casualty rate would have consumed a portion of the candidate pool large enough to affect the program's ability to field the company sizes its operational planning required. The drive to reduce the failure rate was not about protecting the candidates from harm. It was about protecting the program's output from statistical attrition. The skeletal enhancement that the Spartan-III protocols employed was a modified version of the carbide ceramic ossification process the Spartan-II program had developed, modified in the specific sense of being produced from precursor compounds that were cheaper to synthesize. Delivered through a biological incorporation process that was faster to complete, and calibrated to a final density and structural specification that was lower than the Spartan-II standard, but still dramatically beyond the range of natural human bone. The modification was effective in producing a skeleton significantly stronger than unaugmented bone. What it produced was also a skeleton with a somewhat higher rate of incorporation irregularity, the specific biological phenomenon in which the ceramic matrix integrates unevenly into existing bone structure, producing variation in density and strength at the microscopic level that the Spartan-II protocol's more refined chemistry had been designed to minimize, and that the Spartan-III protocols accepted as within operational tolerance. It is an institutional one. The decision that a certain degree of skeletal incorporation irregularity was within operational tolerance was a decision about what the soldiers built by the program would be able to do and what it would do to their bodies over time, made by people who had decided in advance that the time over which those bodies would be required to function was bounded by the operational missions the program had planned for them. A skeleton with incorporation irregularity is not, in the short-term operational window of a suicide mission, a meaningful disadvantage. It is the kind of disadvantage that matters over years, over the sustained operational use of a body that has been built on a slightly uneven foundation. The program had not designed the Spartan-IIIs for years. It had designed them for missions, and missions have definite endpoints that make long-term physiological consequence a category the planning did not need to address. The muscular enhancement package followed similar logic, a protein synthesis stimulation protocol derived from the Spartan-II approach, but compressed in timeline and calibrated to a final fiber density that was lower than the Spartan-II output, while still producing soldiers significantly stronger than any unaugmented human being. The compression in timeline was achieved partly through the use of more aggressive biochemical catalysts that drove the synthesis process faster than the Spartan-II protocols had driven it, and partly through the acceptance of a higher rate of localized inflammation and tissue stress during the enhancement period. The faster the process was driven, the more the body's repair mechanisms were stressed by the pace of the changes being demanded of them, and the more carefully the medical monitoring during the augmentation period needed to manage the threshold between productive stress and harmful damage. The program's medical teams were skilled. They managed the threshold. What they were managing it toward was a soldier who could accomplish the mission, not a soldier whose body would remain functional indefinitely. The neural modifications that the Spartan-III program employed were, of the augmentation suite's components, the dimension where the specific character of what the program had decided to build was most precisely legible in the biology it produced. The Spartan-II neural enhancement had been designed to accelerate transmission speed and reflex response while carefully managing the risk of the degenerative neural effects that the enhancement compounds were known to carry. Managing this risk because the program had invested significantly in each soldier and because the neural damage that resulted from unmanaged risk would reduce the operational life of an asset the program needed to preserve. The Spartan-III neural package addressed the same fundamental goal: faster reaction time, better coordination of the augmented body's enhanced physical systems, with compounds that were cheaper, faster to administer, and that carried a higher risk of the specific neurological side effects that the Spartan-II protocols had worked to minimize. The risk assessment that accepted this higher neurological risk profile was explicit in the program's documentation about the reasoning that justified the acceptance. The Spartan-IIIs were not being designed for operational careers of the length that would allow neurological side effects to fully develop and manifest. The timeline on which those side effects would become operationally significant was longer than the timeline on which the program intended to use the soldiers who carried them. The risk was accepted not because the program had found a way to make it irrelevant, but because the program had decided that the category of concern it addressed, the long-term neurological health of the soldiers, was not a category the program needed to optimize for. The soldiers were not going to need their long-term neurological health. They were going to need their short-term reaction time and their ability to function in combat, and the cheaper compounds delivered both. There were augmentations in the Spartan-III package that had no direct equivalent in the Spartan-II protocols. The most significant of these, the most ethically consequential, in the accounting of what the Spartan-III program chose to build into the bodies of the children it recruited, were the modifications targeting fear and pain response. The Spartan-II program had addressed the psychological demands of the operational environments it was designing for through training. The deliberate, sustained, methodically applied psychological hardening that Mendez's curriculum had built into the candidates across the years of their development on Reach. The psychology had been shaped from the outside in, through experience, through the kind of repeated exposure to controlled adversity that the training program could administer and monitor and adjust. It had been, in the fundamental sense, an approach that worked with the candidate's psychological architecture rather than directly modifying it. The Spartan-III augmentation protocols took a more direct approach. Among the chemical and biological interventions incorporated into the Spartan-III augmentation suite were compounds specifically designed to modify the biochemical substrates of fear and pain response, to suppress the physiological cascade that constitutes fear in the human nervous system, and to raise the threshold at which pain becomes operationally limiting. The effect on the soldiers who received these modifications was real and measurable. They were capable of functioning in conditions that would have produced debilitating fear responses in unmodified humans, and they were capable of continuing to fight through physical damage that would have incapacitated soldiers whose pain response had not been biochemically managed. These were genuine operational advantages, and they contributed directly to what Alpha Company had accomplished at Pegasi Delta and what Beta Company had accomplished at K749, to the sustained tactical effectiveness under conditions of catastrophic attrition that had allowed both companies to complete their objectives even as the number of soldiers capable of continuing to fight approached zero. The modification of fear response in children who had been orphaned by the Covenant, children who had already encountered violence and loss at a scale sufficient to produce the kind of psychological marking that the program's recruitment process had specifically sought out, is a thing to hold carefully. These were children who had reasons to be afraid. The war had given them specific, concrete, well-founded reasons, the kind that are not the product of imagination or excess caution, but of having seen what happens when the Covenant decides to burn a world. The program had recruited them partly because their fear was already shaped by experience rather than abstraction, and then had modified the biochemical architecture of that fear so that they could continue to function in conditions that would otherwise have required them to feel it fully. It had taken children who had earned their fear and had made them less capable of experiencing it. This was presented, in the program's documentation, as an operational enhancement. It was also the deliberate modification of the emotional architecture of human beings who were not in a position to evaluate what was being done to them or to decline it. The failure rate that the Spartan-III augmentation protocols produced across the three companies was lower than the Spartan-II program's 30%, an outcome that the program's documentation noted as consistent with the design brief's requirements, and that reflected the specific combination of refined candidate selection, the war orphan population screened for resilience that had already produced a candidate pool biologically predisposed toward augmentation success, and the augmentation protocols themselves, cheaper and faster than the Spartan-II suite, but calibrated through the accumulated data of two prior programs toward a failure profile that the production volume could sustain. The lower failure rate was not a moral achievement, it was a production efficiency, the program having learned enough from its predecessors to reduce the waste in its manufacturing process. What the Spartan-III augmentation package produced, in the soldiers who received it and whose bodies incorporated it successfully, was genuine. The physical capability was real. The speed and strength and resilience that the modifications delivered were not the equivalent of Spartan-II augmentation. The hierarchy was encoded clearly in the biology, the IIs having received a more thorough and more sustained investment in each body that the program could afford, because the program had been built around preservation rather than expenditure. But the Spartan-IIs were not Spartan-IIIs, and the program had never needed them to be. They were sufficient for what the program had designed them for, and they were sufficient in numbers, and they were cheaper to produce, and they were, in the accounting that the program used, worth what they had cost. Here, in the pause between the clinical accounting of what was done and the human accounting of what it meant, a specific distinction insists on being made. A distinction that the nomenclature of the program's documents tends to obscure, and that the physical evidence of the two augmentation suites makes legible without ambiguity. A Spartan-II augmentation was conducted with the explicit goal of producing a body capable of sustained operational use across a military career of unknown length. Every trade-off made in the Spartan-II protocols was made with the question, what will this mean for this soldier over the years? A Spartan-III augmentation was conducted with the explicit knowledge that the sustained operational use across a career was not the relevant variable. The question being asked in the design of the Spartan-III protocols was different and simpler and uglier. What does this body need to be able to do before it stops needing to do anything? The answer to that question is what the biology was built to provide. And the children whose bodies it was built into, who had come to the program already carrying what the war had done to them, who had been modified at the level of their fear and their pain in ways they had not chosen and had not fully understood, carried that biology into battles that the program had always known were the last thing it would ask of them. The droplets of chemical compounds measuring into sterile vials in the augmentation laboratories had carried no weight of their own. They were molecules, following chemistry, producing in the bodies they entered the specific changes they had been designed to produce. The weight was not in the chemistry. It was in the decision to use it this way, for this purpose, on these children. The compounds did what they were designed to do. The children became what they were designed to become, and the program that designed them moved forward, as programs do, to the next thing the war required. History has a tendency to begin its accounting at the moment that makes the best story, which is rarely the moment at which things actually began. The story of the Spartan program, in the version that the UNSCAE constructed for public consumption, and in the version that most historians who have worked at the relevant clearance levels have told, begins with the Spartan-II program, with Halsey, with the candidates selected and taken, with the decade of training on reach and the augmentation process that remade 75 children into 33 soldiers, and the war that those soldiers were then committed to. This is the version that begins at the most dramatic point, at the moment of the program's most significant investment, and most morally consequential decision, and it is not false. But it is incomplete in a way that matters, incomplete in the specific way of a story that has omitted its own foundation, that has begun in the middle of a process whose beginning it is convenient, for various institutional reasons, to allow to recede from view. The Orion soldiers were the beginning. They were not the beginning that the program's later iterations chose to remember, partly because the institutional history of the Spartan program was written primarily by people whose interest was in the Spartan-II program and its successors, and partly because the classification architecture that surrounded the Orion program was, if anything, more comprehensive than the classification that surrounded what followed it, the Orion records having been buried not just under the standard protections that classified military programs receive, but under the additional layers that accumulate around programs that have been discontinued and whose institutional owners have decided that the most efficient way to manage their complicated legacy is to ensure that the complexity is not accessible to anyone who might complicate things further. The soldiers who had passed through the Orion program's augmentation protocols and survived them, the volunteers who had agreed to become experimental subjects in the UNSCI's first attempt at the enhanced soldier, who had endured procedures that were cruder than anything the Spartan-II program would eventually produce and that had broken a significant portion of those who attempted them, did not, when the program was discontinued, cease to exist. They continued to serve in the roles that the UNSCI's conventional and special operations structures had for soldiers of their particular capabilities, carrying their augmentations in bodies that had incorporated the modifications well enough to produce ongoing enhancement, even if not the transformative enhancement the program's most ambitious projections had promised. They were not announced. They were not recognized. The relevant sections of their service records were maintained at classification levels that prevented the people they served alongside from understanding the specific character of what had been done to them or why. They were, in the formal sense of the word, absorbed. The institutional machinery that had created them and then decided it did not need them in the form it had created them, processed their transition out of the classified program and into the broader UNSCI service structure with the efficiency of an organization that had practice managing the administrative aftermath of classified projects that had reached their conclusions. New assignments were generated, new command structures received them. The work continued, as work does when the institution that assigns it is large enough that the reassignment of a few dozen augmented soldiers into its broader mass produces no visible ripple in its surface. What the Orion soldiers carried with them into that broader mass, what they contributed to the UNSCI's institutional knowledge base and to the human gene pool of military families across the service, was something that no filing system was designed to track and no classification regime was designed to protect, because it was not information but biology. The augmentations that had been incorporated into their bodies were, in the cases where the incorporation had been successful and the modifications had integrated without producing the severe adverse effects that had ended others' service, heritable in the specific sense that the bodies of the Orion veterans passed on the genetic characteristics that had allowed them to survive the augmentation process to the children they had, where they had children, and to the genetic populations from which those children came. This is not a mechanism that the Orion program had designed for or anticipated as an output. It was a consequence, the natural consequence of the fact that the candidate selection process had screened for specific genetic markers that predicted augmentation success, and that the soldiers who carried those markers and survived the process went on to live the kinds of lives that included, in some cases, starting families. The connection between the Orion veterans and the Spartan-II candidate pool is not fully documented in any single record that has been declassified. But the evidence that it existed is present in the candidate assessment files for the Spartan-II program, in the specific pattern of genetic markers that Halsey's screening process identified in the candidates she selected, markers that appear, at a frequency significantly higher than population baseline, in individuals whose family history includes military service during the period when the Orion program was operational. Halsey's screening was thorough enough, and her access to service records comprehensive enough, that it is difficult to conclude that this pattern was invisible to her. Whether she deliberately sought candidates from Orion veteran families, or whether the genetic markers she was screening for simply led her selection process there by the natural pull of statistical concentration, the connection was real. The Orion soldiers had given more to the program that followed them than their service records acknowledged. They had given it the next generation. The doctrinal legacy that the Orion program left for its successors was, in some respects, more straightforwardly traceable than the genetic one, traceable through the specific design decisions that the Spartan-II, Spartan-III, and eventually Spartan-IV programs made in explicit response to what the Orion data had established about the limits and possibilities of human augmentation. Halsey had extracted from the Orion records the insight that adult physiology could not be remade at the required level, and had built the Spartan-II program's candidate selection and training timeline around that insight. Ackerson had extracted from the Spartan-II data the observation that the bespoke, preservation-oriented model was too slow and too expensive for the scale the war demanded, and had built the Spartan-III program's design philosophy around that observation. Each program had learned from the one before it, and the learning had moved in directions that were not always the directions that the people who had made the earlier programs would have recognized as their intended contribution. This is the particular quality of institutional legacy in classified programs, that the knowledge generated is available to the people with access to it, and those people extract from it the lessons that their own priorities make salient, and the lessons they extract are not necessarily the lessons the people who generated the knowledge would have chosen to emphasize. The Orion program had generated knowledge about the limits of adult augmentation, about the failure rates that resulted from procedures applied to bodies that were not developmentally plastic enough to incorporate them without severe consequence, about the specific physiological mechanisms that made the program's ambitions exceed its results. The lesson Halsey drew from this was, begin with children. The lesson Ackerson drew from the Spartan-II data was, begin with orphans. Neither lesson was wrong, in the narrow technical sense of accurately identifying something the prior data had established. What they shared was a quality of extraction that prioritized operational output over the human cost of producing it, that treated the ethical dimensions of the program's design as constraints to be worked around rather than limits that defined what the programs should do. The Orion soldiers had not designed their program to teach these lessons. They had volunteered to serve, had agreed to procedures they understood carried risk, and had carried those risks in their bodies for the remainder of their service lives. What had been done with the knowledge their bodies generated was not something they had been consulted about, any more than they had been publicly acknowledged as the people whose contribution made the programs that followed them possible. The retroactive designation that eventually named them Spartan-IIIs came long after most of them had completed their service careers, long after some of them were gone, a formal administrative act that incorporated the Orion program into the official institutional history of the Spartan program, in the way that institutional histories incorporate their inconvenient predecessors, with a gesture of recognition that costs very little and acknowledges, in a formal sense, the connection that had always existed without conferring anything that would require the institution to reckon more specifically with what the Orion soldiers had been asked to do and what they had been given in return for doing it. The designation was accurate. It was also late and partial, and conducted at a classification level that meant the people it named could not, for the most part, be named publicly. The files that documented the Orion program, the service records, the medical assessments, the augmentation protocols, the results of the procedures conducted on the volunteers, who had agreed to be the first, sat in the archives, where classified programs sit, rustling with the particular silence of documents that are very old and very secret, and that contain histories whose full implications have never been examined in a room where someone was able to ask all of the questions and receive all of the answers. The analog quality of the earliest records, the paper and the ink of files generated before the ubiquitous digitization of military documentation, gives them a tactile character that later records lack, a physicality that makes the specific act of reading them feel different from reading a data file, that makes the names and the dates and the procedure records feel more immediately like things that happen to people rather than entries in a database. The soft ticking of an analog clock in a records room where very few people have ever been cleared to sit and read. The particular smell of old paper in sealed storage. The quality of quiet in a room that holds history nobody was supposed to need to know. The Orion soldiers had been the first. They had been volunteers, which distinguished them from every generation that followed, from the stolen children of the Spartan-II program, from the orphan children of the Spartan-III companies, from the expendable and the spent and the taken. They had chosen, which is not nothing, even if what they had chosen was inadequately explained to them, and the consequences of their choice were not ones the institution had been fully honest with them about. They had been adults in the full sense of the word, and they had been asked rather than taken, and the asking had been genuine, even if the information provided to support the decision had been curated by people who needed the answer to be yes. This distinction matters not because it makes the Orion program ethical. Its procedures were conducted on human beings in ways that caused serious harm to a significant portion of those human beings, and the consent that was obtained was not fully informed consent in the sense that any serious ethical framework would require, but because the distinction between being asked and being taken is real, and it is a distinction that the program's institutional history has sometimes collapsed in ways that do not serve accuracy. The Orion soldiers were not what the Spartan-IIIs were, and they were not what the Spartan-IIIs were. They were something earlier, and in certain respects simpler, people who had agreed to something difficult, who had paid costs that were not fully disclosed to them in advance, and who had received in return very little of the recognition that their contribution warranted. The line from Orion to the Spartan program's full institutional history is not a straight line. It bends through the decisions that each subsequent program made in response to the data the previous one had generated, bends through the specific ways that institutional knowledge was extracted and applied, bends through the moral escalations that each generation represented relative to the one before it. But the line exists, and it begins with the Orion soldiers, the adults who volunteered for procedures that didn't work well enough, whose bodies generated the data that the people who followed them used to build programs that did work, programs that worked at costs that the Orion soldiers themselves had not been asked to pay and might not have consented to pay if someone had shown them where the line they were standing at the beginning of would eventually lead. They were the first, the Spartan program that the galaxy came to know, the armored giants, the miracle in green, the soldiers who turned the tide of the war, was built on the foundation they had made, in procedures they had endured, in data their bodies had generated, in a contribution that the institution they served had classified and then largely forgotten, and then eventually acknowledged in the particular quiet way of institutions that have found a form of recognition that honors the past without requiring them to be too specific about it. They deserved better than that accounting. Most of them knew it. Most of them served anyway, in the way of people who have chosen a commitment and do not rescind it simply because the institution that received the commitment has not honored it in return. Their children, in some cases, became Spartan-IIs, and the line continued, from that beginning, toward everything that followed. The war ended without announcement, the way most things of that magnitude end, not with a single moment of resolution that the history books could mark with a clean date and a clear meaning, but with a cascade of events whose collective weight eventually produced a condition that was recognizably different from what had preceded it, even if the transition between the two conditions was messier and more ambiguous than the categories of wartime and peacetime suggest. The Covenant, which had prosecuted the destruction of the human species with the methodical efficiency of a religious institution that had done this before, fractured. The internal political and theological fault lines that had been present throughout the Alliance's history finally splitting under pressures that the war itself had generated, producing a realignment of forces and loyalties that disrupted the unified military effort that had been burning human worlds for 27 years. The fighting did not stop immediately when the Covenant fractured. Wars of that scale and that character do not stop immediately. But the arithmetic changed. The overwhelming strategic imbalance that had defined the war's progression, the unsea fighting a holding action against an enemy it could not match and could not outlast, shifted in ways that altered what was possible, what was survivable, and eventually what the end of the conflict looked like. Humanity survived. This is the fact that all of the subsequent accounting has to begin from, because without it, there is no subsequent accounting. There is only the silence of a species that was not able to hold the line long enough for the line to matter. The survival was not clean. It was not the survival of a civilization that had emerged from its trial, intact, and ready to resume the project of human expansion and human development from the point where the war had interrupted it. It was the survival of a species that had lost colonies beyond counting, that had watched worlds burn and populations destroyed, and the careful work of generations of settlers reduced to the kind of ruin that takes generations more to recover from, if recovery is even the right word for what happens to a civilization that has absorbed losses of that character. The survival was real, and it was significant, and it was, in the full human sense of the word, a miracle. It was also, and this is the dimension of the survival that the institutional history of the Spartan program has to reckon with, a miracle that had been built partly from stolen children and partly from spent orphans, and partly from the accumulated moral cost of decisions made by an institution that had concluded, correctly, that the war left no room for the kind of ethics that peacetime can afford, and that had proceeded on that conclusion with a thoroughness that peacetime was eventually going to have to examine. The examination that the UNSCI's leadership undertook in the immediate aftermath of the war's end was not, in most respects, the examination that the full history of the Spartan program warranted. It was the examination that an institution conducting a strategic review of its military capabilities undertakes, an assessment of what had worked and what had not, of what the new security environment required and what the existing force structure could provide, of how the capabilities that had proved decisive in the war could be maintained, adapted, and expanded to address the threats that the post-war landscape presented. The Spartan-II program's record was examined in this context as a record of military capability rather than as a record of what had been done to produce that capability. The Spartan-III program's record was examined in the same frame. The question the institutional review was organized to answer was not, what did we do, and was it right? The question was, what did we build, and how do we sustain it? The answer the review produced was the Spartan-IV program, and it was, in the specific ways that the program's design explicitly addressed, a different kind of answer than the ones its predecessors had given. The design philosophy of the Spartan-IV program began from an acknowledgement that was genuine, even if the institutional history that preceded it complicated the meaning of its genuineness. The program would not take children. It would recruit adults, active military personnel, experienced soldiers who had demonstrated through their existing service records the physical capability and the psychological profile that the program required, who could be approached and informed and given a choice that constituted an actual choice rather than the technical fiction of consent that had characterized the Spartan-III recruitment process and the outright absence of consent that had characterized the Spartan-III recruitment process. The adults who entered the Spartan-IV program would know, to the degree that classification requirements permitted, what they were agreeing to. They would sign documents that actually reflected the agreement they were making. They would be, in the fundamental sense of the word, volunteers. This was not a small change. The distance between the night the Spartan-II operatives entered 75 homes and removed sleeping children from their beds, and the day a Spartan-IV recruiter sat across from an experienced soldier and walked them through the program's requirements and gave them time to consider and allowed them to say no, is not a distance that can be minimized by noting the continuity of the institutional history on either side of it. The change was real, the consent was real, and the program that resulted from it was, in the specific dimension of the relationship between the institution and the people it was recruiting, genuinely different from the programs it succeeded. The augmentation science that the Spartan-IV program applied to the volunteers it recruited was the product of 3 prior generations of data, refined through the accumulated biological knowledge of everything the Orion, Spartan-II, and Spartan-III programs had generated about how human physiology responds to the interventions the program's various iterations had attempted. The augmentation package that the IVs received was calibrated for adult physiology, not the developmental plasticity of a 14-year-old that the Spartan-II protocols had exploited, but the established physical architecture of soldiers whose bodies had already reached their adult configurations. This required different approaches than the Spartan-II suite had employed, adapted from the data that the Orion program had generated about adult augmentation and refined through the specific understanding that the Spartan-II and Spartan-III programs had contributed about what the science could and could not achieve in subjects of different biological stages. The Spartan-IV augmentations did not produce soldiers who were the physiological equivalents of Spartan-Is. The developmental window that Halsey had identified and exploited had been real, and adult bodies could not be remade at that depth. But they produced soldiers who were genuinely enhanced beyond the range of unaugmented human capability, and they did so with a failure rate that the accumulated refinement of 3 prior programs had reduced to a level that was, by the standards of what augmentation at this level had historically cost, remarkably low. The MJOLNIR armor that the Spartan-IV program provided to its soldiers was the GEN-II configuration, a redesign of the armor system that addressed the specific requirements of a program operating at a different scale and with different institutional priorities than the bespoke development that had produced the GEN-I suits worn by the Spartan-Is. The GEN-II armor was lighter than the GEN-I configurations, more modular in its construction, manufacturable in larger quantities, and at lower per-unit cost, and designed with the neural interface architecture calibrated to the Spartan-IV augmentation profile rather than the more thoroughgoing neural modifications of the Spartan-II package. It was not the armor that the Spartan-Is wore. The difference in what it felt like to wear it, the degree of integration between the soldier's nervous system and the armor's response, the specific quality of the human-machine interface that the GEN-I suits had achieved, and that the GEN-II configuration approximated, but did not fully replicate, was something that the Spartan-IIIs who encountered GEN-II armor registered as a difference that was not merely technical, but experiential. The GEN-II suits were very good. They were not the same. The institutional form that the Spartan-IV program took was as different from its predecessors as its recruitment philosophy. Where the Spartan-II and Spartan-III programs had existed within the classification architecture of the Office of Naval Intelligence, buried in the compartmented hierarchy of a black budget apparatus designed specifically to keep them invisible to the broader institutional and public awareness, the Spartan-IV program was established as a formal branch of the UNSCI military, the Spartan branch, a designation that appeared in the UNSCI's organizational charts and budget documents and command structures in the way that real institutional entities appear, visible to the appropriate levels of the bureaucracy, staffed and resourced, and administered through channels that were not classified beyond the standard protections that military operational programs receive. The Spartans, as an institution, had been brought into the open. The degree of openness was, necessarily, partial. The history of the program, the Spartan-II abductions, the Spartan-III companies and their fates, the full record of what had been done and what it had cost, remained classified. What was public was the existence of the program and its current form: adults, volunteers, a formal military branch with rank structure and institutional identity, and the kind of official presence that the Spartan-II and Spartan-III programs had specifically been designed to lack. The Spartan who a civilian might encounter in a UNESCO facility in the post-war era was a Spartan-IV, and the Spartan-IV was, in their public presentation, exactly what the UNSC said they were: a volunteer-enhanced soldier, a member of a formal military branch, a person who had chosen this. Into this new institutional landscape, the surviving Spartans of the earlier generations were integrated in a way that the program's design had not initially anticipated needing to address, because the earlier programs had not been designed with the expectation that significant numbers of their soldiers would survive long enough to need integration into a peacetime successor structure. The Spartan-IIs who had made it through the war, reduced from the original 33 by the attrition of 27 years of the most consequential special operations deployments in human history, but not reduced to zero, continued to serve alongside the Spartan-IVs in the new Spartan branch, carrying their designations and their histories and their bespoke GN1 armor into an institutional context that was, in its culture and its character. The difference was visible, not just in the armor, the GN1 suits that the Spartan-IIIs wore alongside the GN2 configurations of the IVs, the bespoke engineering of armor that had been built for specific bodies in the era of a program that had produced 33 soldiers and invested accordingly in each one, visible against the more standardized configurations of a program designed for volume. But in the way they moved through the institutional environment, in the specific quality of their relationship to the Spartan-IV soldiers who had joined a program whose existence was publicly acknowledged, in the things they knew and carried that the IVs had not been present for and could not fully know. The Spartan-VIs were the elders of a transformed institution, in the way that people who have survived something of a particular magnitude and character are always the elders of whatever comes after it, not by claiming the status, but by carrying in themselves the irreducible weight of a history that the institution's newer members had not lived and could not access except as information rather than experience. The Spartan-IIIs who had survived, Gamma Company's soldiers, the Cat-6 exceptions who had been pulled from their companies before the suicide missions, the few who had emerged from the shield world on Onyx into a post-war galaxy, occupied a different position in the new institutional landscape, one that was more complicated in certain respects, because the Spartan-III program's history was more complicated. The surviving 20Ys carried the specific knowledge of what had been done to their companies, of the program's design and its intentions, and the fate of the soldiers who had not survived it. Their integration into the Spartan branch was not straightforward in the way that the Spartan-IIs integration, complicated as it was, could be understood as the continuation of an institutional identity that the new branch was explicitly built to honor. The IVs were survivors of a program that the new branch's public identity was designed, at least partly, to represent as having been superseded, as the past that the consent and volunteers model of the IVs had moved beyond. They knew this was not the full accounting. They knew it better than anyone. The UNSC's official narrative of the Spartan program's history, in the post-war period during which partial disclosure became an institutional policy, told a story of evolution, of a program that had developed from the necessarily imperfect methods of a desperate wartime to the more ethical and sustainable model that the post-war Spartan-IV program represented. This narrative was not false in its general shape. The IVs were genuinely different from the IIIs and Ts in the specific ways the narrative claimed. But it was incomplete in its accounting of what the evolution had passed through, of what the wartime methods had actually been, and who had paid their costs, of whether the people who had authorized the taking of children and the spending of orphans had faced any institutional consequence for those authorizations. They had not. The evolution the narrative described was a change in methods. It was not a reckoning with the institution that had employed the earlier methods and that now employed the new ones. Here is the honest question that the Spartan-IV program's design genuinely cannot answer by itself, because the question is not about the IVs, but about the institution that produced them. Does changing what you do constitute redemption for what you did? The Spartan-IV program had consent. It had volunteers. It had an augmentation process refined to a level that 3 prior programs' data had made possible. It had public acknowledgement and formal institutional structure and the kind of legitimacy that the Spartan-II and Spartan-III programs had specifically been designed to avoid requiring. All of this was real, and all of it represented genuine change, and none of it held the people who had taken children accountable. None of it returned those children's childhoods. None of it named, in any public forum, the children of the Spartan-III companies who had been spent on objectives the planners had known would consume them, or acknowledged, in any forum accessible to anyone who might have had a stake in the acknowledgement, what the program had decided to do with orphans, whose loss the program had assessed in advance as manageable. The IVs were better. The institution was the same institution. And the question of whether those two facts are compatible with each other, whether an institution can change its methods and call it redemption without changing its relationship to the methods it has abandoned, is the question that the clean narrative of the post-war Spartan program does not answer, and that the soft chime of telemetry equipment aboard a modern Spartan facility and the clean air filtration of a program that no longer needs to hide what it is doing cannot, by themselves, resolve. The volunteers were real. The consent was real. The Spartan branch was real, and the people in it were real, and what they could do was real. The history was also real, and history does not become less real because an institution has decided to do the next thing differently. The mathematics of the human covenant war were not complicated. They were simply brutal, in the specific way that strategic arithmetic is brutal, when the numbers run in only one direction and the institution doing the accounting cannot find a variable it can change to alter the direction. The Covenant had more ships than the unscathed could build or replace at the rate the war was consuming them. It had weapons of greater destructive capability than anything the unscathed defense research programs had been able to match in the years available before the war's opening engagements established the technological gap. It had a military doctrine refined across centuries of conducting operations of exactly this character, the systematic elimination of species whose worlds lay in the path of what the Covenant's theology identified as its purpose, and an institutional memory of those operations that gave its command structure a depth of relevant experience that the unscathed could not replicate because the unscathed had never fought a war of this kind before and was learning how to do it in real time, at costs that learning in real time always carries. The human military's single most significant strategic advantage across the full span of the conflict was not a technology. It was not a weapon system or a tactical doctrine or a diplomatic breakthrough. It was 33 soldiers, and then fewer, and then the companies that succeeded them and were spent, and then the survivors, fighting a war in which the survival of the species was the variable that everything else was organized around, with capabilities that the Covenant had not anticipated and could not immediately account for, and that produced, in the gap between the Covenant's expectation of what human resistance would look like and the reality of what a Spartan could do, the specific moments and operations and outcomes that held the line long enough for the war's resolution to arrive. This is not a claim about the Spartans as the sole cause of human survival. The war was won, if won is the right word for what happened, which it may not be, through a combination of factors that included the conventional military's sustained resistance, the UNSCI's industrial capacity, and its ability to maintain production under conditions that made production extraordinarily difficult. The tactical ingenuity of officers and crews who found ways to fight effectively at the small unit level, even when the strategic picture was unfavorable, and ultimately, the internal fractures within the Covenant that disrupted the coherence of the enemy's war effort. The Spartans were one factor among these. They were not the only factor, but they were the factor that operated in the spaces where the other factors could not, and in those spaces, their effect was disproportionate to their number, in ways that the strategic record, even in its partial and classified form, makes clear. The special operations doctrine that governed Spartan deployment, small units, high-value targets, the precise application of extraordinary individual capability to objectives whose strategic weight was too significant to leave to conventional forces and too sensitive to expose to the operational footprint that conventional forces require, meant that the Spartans were consistently present at the points where the war's outcome was being shaped at the level below the fleet engagements and planetary assaults that constituted its most visible dimension. They were not visible at the level of the public understanding of the war while the war was happening. The classification architecture that protected the program protected also the record of what the program's soldiers were doing, and the people of the embattled human worlds who needed something to believe in were given the Spartan myth rather than the Spartan operational record. The myth was not fabricated. This is the thing that distinguished the UNSCI's management of the Spartan image from simple propaganda, that the foundation of the myth was real. The Spartans had done the things that the myth claimed they had done. They had walked into situations that should have killed them and walked back out with the objective accomplished. They had held positions that conventional analysis said could not be held, completed extractions that the available assets should not have been able to complete, conducted operations against targets that the operational assessments said were beyond what any available force could address. The myth was built on a real foundation. What the UNSCI's information management apparatus contributed was not the invention of the record, but the curation of it, the selection of what was disclosed and how it was framed and what was emphasized and what remained classified, conducted with the specific goal of producing a public understanding of the Spartans that would serve the morale requirements of a war that was consuming everything. The psychological effect of the Spartan myth on the human populations living under the shadow of the Covenant's advance was something the UNSCI tracked and managed with the same institutional attention it brought to every other strategic variable. The data it gathered on this was, in the nature of wartime data on civilian morale, imprecise and difficult to interpret cleanly. But the broad pattern it suggested was consistent with what the program's advocates had always argued the myth would produce. People who believed that something human and specific and real was standing between them and the fire coming from the sky were people who continued to function, who continued to work in the production facilities and serve in the military branches and maintain the social coherence that a civilization under sustained assault needs to maintain in order to survive. The Spartan myth was a strategic asset in this specific sense, not as the product of a calculated manipulation of civilian psychology, though it was that too, but as the expression of something genuine about what the Spartans actually were and what they actually did, made legible in a form that the population that needed it could receive. The Covenant's response to the Spartans was the response of a military institution that had encountered an unexpected variable and was applying its institutional capability to the problem of accounting for it. The initial Covenant engagements with Spartan-II soldiers had produced outcomes that the Covenant's tactical planning models had not predicted. casualties at rates that were inconsistent with the Covenant's assessments of human military capability, mission failures in contexts where the Covenant had expected success, the specific friction that an enemy encounters when the adversary it has built its planning around performs in ways that fall outside the planning's assumptions. The Covenant adapted. It always adapted, with the methodical thoroughness of an institution with centuries of experience in adapting to adversaries whose specific capabilities had not been encountered before. But adaptation required information about what it was adapting to, and the information about the Spartans was, by design, difficult to obtain. The classification that protected the program from exposure within the human sphere also protected it from the kind of intelligence gathering that the Covenant would have needed to do to fully understand what it was dealing with. What the Covenant could observe was outcomes, the specific results of engagements in which Spartan-involved operations had produced results inconsistent with standard human military performance. And from those outcomes, it could draw inferences about capability that were accurate in their general shape, if not in their specific mechanism. The tactical adaptations that the Covenant made in response to what it could infer about Spartan capabilities cost resources, required the commitment of heavier defensive forces to installations that would previously have been assessed as adequately protected, the development of tactical responses to small unit special operations that required capability the Covenant would not have needed to develop otherwise, the diversion of planning attention and military resource to a problem that constituted a small fraction of the UNSC's total military capability, but an outsized fraction of the UNS capability to produce specific high-value outcomes. The Spartans cost the Covenant something in excess of what they cost in the direct tactical accounting of their engagements. They cost the Covenant the adaptation they forced, and adaptation is never free. The macro-level contributions that the Spartan program produced across the war cannot be fully enumerated, partly because the operational record remains substantially classified, and partly because the nature of the contributions was such that their full strategic significance can only be assessed against the counterfactual of what would have happened in their absence, a counterfactual that is, by definition, not available. What the available record establishes is a pattern that the UNSC's ability to continue fighting the war across the years of its most extreme difficulty was sustained, in part, by the specific capability the Spartan program had produced, applied in the specific operations where that capability made the difference between outcomes that were survivable and outcomes that were not, lines that would otherwise have broken held, extractions that would otherwise have failed succeeded, intelligence that would otherwise have been unrecoverable was recovered, installations that the Covenant would otherwise have been able to maintain and use were denied to them. The war was not won by 33 soldiers, but the war was not survived without them. This is where the macro loop that has carried the narrative of the Spartan program from its beginning arrives at the stage the outline named as its beginning to close, the stage where the strategic accounting is delivered, where the question that was opened in the hook receives the portion of its answer that the strategic record can provide. How far did humanity go to build the saviors it could not live without? It went as far as Orion, as adult volunteers subjected to procedures that broke many of them. It went as far as the Spartan-II abductions, as stolen children remade in secret. It went as far as the Spartan-III companies, as orphan children bred and spent on missions the institution knew they would not survive. It went all of this way, and the saviors it built at that cost did what saviors built at that cost are built to do. They held something back from the darkness that was coming, and the holding mattered. The accounting does not stop here, because an accounting that stops at the strategic result and does not proceed to the cost is not an accounting at all, but an advertisement. The cost was paid by specific people, by the volunteers of Orion, who were broken by procedures applied without full disclosure of what they were agreeing to, by the 75 children taken in the night from their beds, on worlds they would never live on again, by the 30 of those children who did not survive the augmentation process and who paid the full cost in the most final way available, by the 300 of Alpha Company who went to Pegasi Delta, and by the 418 of Beta Company who went to K749 and who accomplished the objectives they were sent to accomplish and did not come home from accomplishing them. The cost was paid by the families who buried flash clone replacements and grieved for children who were alive somewhere else and would never be able to tell them so. The cost was paid by Gamma Company, who survived by the accident of the war's timing, rather than by any decision the institution made in their favor, and who came home to a world that did not know what to do with soldiers it had not expected to have to find a place for. The distant thrum of orbital defense platforms cycling through their watch rotation in the post-war galaxy, the sound of a species still in the habit of defending itself, still maintaining the infrastructure of survival even in the absence of the immediate threat that had made the infrastructure necessary, carries in it the particular quality of something that was built in fear and maintained out of a different kind of caution, the caution of a species that has learned, at significant cost, what it means to be insufficiently prepared. The quiet wind across an empty parade ground between conflicts has the quality of the pause between one necessity and the next, the brief interval in which the institution that exists to respond to necessity is not actively responding to one, but knows, from everything its history has established, that it will be. The Spartans made possible the survival of a species that had been, by any rational strategic assessment in the war's middle years, losing the argument with the mathematics of its own extinction. They did this by being what the program that built them had designed them to be, extraordinary, at a cost that the program had calculated and the soldiers themselves had paid, in a war that the species had not been able to fight any other way and win. The survival is real, the debt to the people whose cost purchased it is real, and the obligation to hold both of these things in the same accounting, without allowing the reality of one to diminish the reality of the other, is the obligation that the full history of the Spartan program places on anyone willing to look at it clearly. The war is over. The Spartans are still here, in whatever form the program has taken now, standing in the silence between one crisis and the next. What they stand in, and what they stand for, and what was done to build the thing they stand for. This is what the remaining accounting must hold, fully and without the institutional distances that classification and euphemism and the language of strategic necessity have always provided. The children are what needs to be held. A symbol is not the same thing as a lie, even when it conceals the truth of what it represents. This distinction matters for the Spartan myth, for the image that the uns constructed and maintained across the decades of the war, and that survived the war's end, to persist in the cultural architecture of a human civilization that needed, and still needs, to make sense of what had happened to it and what had saved it. The Spartan in green armor, standing between ordinary human life and the thing coming from the sky to end it, was not an invention. The armor was real. The standing was real. What the image concealed was the history of how the person inside the armor had come to be there, and the concealment was deliberate, managed, sustained across years with the specific institutional skill of an organization that had learned, through practice, how to maintain the version of a story that served its purposes without the version of a story that served the fuller truth. The management began before the Spartan-IIs were operational. Halsey had understood, from the program's earliest planning stages, that the existence of the Spartans would need to be mediated, that the public could not know what the program had done to build them, and that the program's strategic value as a morale asset would depend on the public knowing that the Spartans existed in the form of something extraordinary and human and capable, without knowing the specific character of the extraordinary and the specific human cost of the capable. The information architecture she helped design around the program was not, in its broad outline, different from the information architecture that surrounds other classified military programs: compartmentalization, need-to-know access, the gradated disclosure of information calibrated to the clearance level of the audience receiving it. What was different was the scale of the public dimension, the fact that the program's existence, in its general outlines, was something that the UNSCE eventually chose to acknowledge, and that the acknowledgement required careful management of what was acknowledged alongside what was not. The public version of the Spartans that the UNSCE released into the information environment of the wartime human sphere was a version stripped of everything that would have disrupted its function as a morale asset. The augmented capability was presented as the product of advanced military training and medical enhancement, accurate in its general shape, misleading in its specific character, preserving the impression that what the Spartans were was a more intensive version of what the UNSCE's other special operations programs produced, rather than something qualitatively different built through processes that the public would not have endorsed if it had been asked. The number of operational Spartans was not disclosed. The recruitment process was not disclosed. The training environment was not disclosed. The augmentation failure rate was not disclosed. What was disclosed was the existence of the soldiers and the fact of their extraordinary capability and the outcomes of selected operations in which their involvement had been assessed as beneficial to reveal. The operations that demonstrated the legend without exposing the program. The legend that this managed disclosure produced was, in the specific conditions of a war that was consuming everything, extraordinarily effective as a strategic instrument. The human populations on the worlds the Covenant had not yet reached, and the populations on the worlds closer to the front, living with the specific fear of a civilization that has seen what the Covenant does when it decides a world is finished, needed something to believe in that was not hope in the abstract, but hope in the concrete, embodied form of specific human beings who could be imagined standing between them and the fire. The Spartan in green armor was not an abstraction. It was a specific, physical, real thing that the UNSCE could point to and say, "This exists, and it is on your side, and it has done the things we are telling you it has done, and it will continue doing them." The fact that the thing was real, that the Spartans had genuinely accomplished the things the managed disclosure described, that the legend rested on an actual foundation of actual operations, conducted by actual extraordinary soldiers, gave the morale instrument a quality that pure propaganda lacks, a quality of credibility that audiences, even audiences in wartime who understand that what they are being told is being managed, can distinguish from the alternative. The hum of a propaganda broadcast playing in a colony shelter, the particular audio quality of a transmission designed to reach listeners whose primary contact with the UNSCE's information apparatus was the official channels that wartime communications infrastructure provided, carried in it a version of the Spartan story that was not false, but was incomplete in the specific ways that the program's architects had determined it needed to be incomplete. The people listening heard about soldiers who could not be beaten. They heard about operations that had succeeded against odds that conventional analysis said were impossible. They heard about UNSCE forces that had stood against the Covenant in conditions that should have been unsurvivable and had stood long enough to matter. They did not hear about the night 75 children were taken from their beds. They did not hear about the 30 who had died in the augmentation bays. They did not hear about Alpha Company or Beta Company or the operational planning that had sent 418 soldiers to a system called K749 with no extraction plan and no expectation of return. The people listening heard what the UNSCE had decided they needed to hear, and what they needed to hear was enough. Enough to sustain the belief that the war was survivable, that human resistance was not simply postponing an inevitable conclusion, that the darkness could be held back by something real, rather than merely endured until it arrived. The symbol served its function. It served it across years of the most extreme conditions that human civilization had ever been subjected to, and it served it effectively enough that the people who had designed it as an instrument could assess its performance and find it satisfactory. Inside the armor, the picture was different. The Spartan size who wore the symbol had not chosen to be symbols. They had not been asked about the mythology that was built around them, any more than they had been asked about anything else the program had decided to do with what they were. They understood, at the clearance levels that their operational role gave them access to, considerably more of the full picture than the civilian populations whose morale they were sustaining were permitted to know. They knew what the program had done to build them. They knew what had happened to the 30 who had not made it through augmentation. They knew, in the general terms that their clearances allowed, about the Spartan-III program and the character of what was being done with the generation that had followed them. And they wore the armor, and they completed the missions, and they inhabited the symbol from the inside while knowing things about the symbol's construction that the outside would not, could not, and in many cases, would not want to know. This is a particular kind of burden, carrying a legend you know the underside of, performing a symbol whose weight you understand in a different dimension than the audience that needs the symbol. The Spartan-IIIs did not, in the available record, express collective resentment about this dimension of their situation. The psychological architecture that the program had built, the cohort identity, the mission focus, the specific relationship to purpose that years of training for a specific objective produces, was not generally conducive to the kind of retrospective processing of institutional context that might have produced such resentment, or at least not in forms that the record preserves. What the record preserves is operational performance. What it cannot preserve is the full character of what it was like to be a person who was also a symbol and who understood, from the inside, what the symbol was built on. The memorial wall that the post-war commemoration of the Spartan program eventually produced, the physical acknowledgement of what had been lost, rendered in the material form of names and dates, and the particular silence that memorial architecture is designed to create around the magnitude of loss it represents, lists names that cannot all be spoken publicly, in categories that are still partially classified, serving a commemorative function that is genuine in its intention and incomplete in its execution, in ways that reflect the same classified architecture that has governed the program's public presentation from the beginning. It stands as the physical expression of the acknowledgement the institution has been willing to make, and as the physical location of the acknowledgement the institution has not yet been willing to complete. The armor in the glass display cases of UNSCE memorial facilities, the specific suits, or reconstructions of them, that represent the program's physical legacy in the public museums and institutional commemorative spaces where the Spartan program's history is presented to the audiences the UNSCE has decided should receive a version of it, carries in its presence the same doubleness that the symbol has always carried. The armor is real, or represents something real. The history that produced the armor is real. The gap between what the display cases acknowledge about that history and what they conceal is real. And the people who walk past the display cases, who look at the green ceramic composite and the dark visor, and the specific physical form of what a Spartan was, are receiving a version of the story that is true as far as it goes, and that does not go all the way. The post-war period has produced, gradually and incompletely, some movement in the direction of the fuller truth. Historians with the relevant clearances have published work that addresses portions of the program's history with more specificity than the wartime information architecture permitted. The Spartan-III program's existence became known to audiences beyond its original classification boundaries, though the specific details of the suicide mission doctrine and the operational fate of Alpha and Beta companies remain in the classified record. The Flash clone program that managed the Spartan-II abductions has been discussed in enough adjacent contexts that its general character is accessible to people who know where to look, even if the official acknowledgement of it remains limited. The picture that a determined researcher could assemble, from the available declassified material and the adjacent sources that classification has not contained, is considerably more complete than the picture the UNSCI's official commemorative apparatus presents. The symbol endures anyway. The Spartan in green armor, as a cultural object, has survived the partial emergence of the history that produced it in ways that suggest the symbol has acquired, over time, a life that is not entirely dependent on the concealment of its origins. People who know more of the history than the wartime mythology disclosed, who know about the abductions, or the companies, or the failure rates, or the suicide missions, do not uniformly conclude that the symbol should be discarded on the basis of what they know. Some do. The conclusion is not unreasonable, but many carry the fuller knowledge and the symbol together, in the way that complicated things tend to be carried by people who have decided that the complication does not resolve into a simple verdict, that what the Spartans were, and what was done to make them, and what they accomplished, are all simultaneously real, and that holding all of them is more honest than selecting one and calling it the whole. The symbol was built on real things. The real things included what the Spartans accomplished and what it cost to build the people who accomplished it. The cost is part of the symbol now, for anyone willing to hold both. The armor in the display case hums with the weight of everything that went into making it necessary. The war, the program, the children, the companies, the accumulated moral cost of a species that had decided its survival required something it could not produce without doing things it should not have done. The weight does not disappear when the display case is closed and the lights go down and the memorial is quiet and the institution that built the program continues its work in the building next door. It simply waits, in the dark, for the next person willing to look at it directly. Before they were soldiers, they were children. This is the sentence the program's institutional history does not begin with, because the program's institutional history begins at the point of strategic requirement, at the threat assessment and the candidate selection and the operational planning that treated the children as a solution to a problem, rather than as the people they were before the problem decided it needed them. But the history that the accounting requires begins here, at the fact of what they were before the program reached them, at the ordinary and irreplaceable particularity of 75 children living their lives on worlds scattered across human space in the years before the night the operatives came. They had names that the program replaced with designations. They had rooms in houses on worlds that the program moved them away from. They had the specific, unmappable interior lives of 6-year-old children, the things they liked and the things they feared, and the particular ways their minds had begun to organize the world they were living in, the half-formed interests and the developing attachments, and the ordinary developmental work of being a human being at the beginning of a life that had, in each case, been proceeding in its own direction before the program decided to redirect it. None of this is in the program's records in any form that the records can convey. The records begin at the moment of the program's interest in the children, and the moment of the program's interest was the moment the children became candidates, which was a moment in which what they actually were was secondary to what the program had assessed they could be made into. What they could have been, in the lives the program took from them, is not recoverable as fact. It is available only as the kind of quiet, imaginative work that the accounting requires, if it is going to be honest about what was lost. The recognition that each of the 75 children represented not just a person, but a trajectory, a set of possibilities that extended outward from the person they were at 6 years old toward the people they might have been at 20, at 40, at the end of lives that had not been designed by an institution for purposes the institution had set. Some of those lives would have been ordinary, in the specific and irreplaceable sense of lives that are lived close to the ground, in the texture of daily existence that institutions of the kind that built the Spartan program have difficulty seeing as significant. Some would have been extraordinary in ways that had nothing to do with combat capability or strategic value or the specific kinds of excellence that the program had been designed to produce. All of them would have been theirs. On the worlds those children had come from, families woke the morning after the abductions to children who were not their children. This is something that requires the stillness of a full stop to hold, the specific, irreversible wrongness of it. Parents who had put their actual children to bed the night before, who had conducted the ordinary rituals of childhood bedtime in the particular ways of their particular families on their particular worlds, who had left the rooms of their actual children and gone to their own sleep and woken to what appeared to be those children, and who had no way to know, could have had no way to know, that the transaction had happened. That the child at the breakfast table was not the child who had been at the breakfast table the day before. That the grief that was coming for something that was already gone, had been gone since the night, without the grieving having had the opportunity to begin when the loss occurred, because the loss had been engineered to be invisible. The grief came anyway, in the way that grief always arrives at the end of the process the flash clone biology was designed to initiate. It came at the pace that the clone's cellular degradation dictated, slowly at first, then with the gathering momentum of biological processes that cannot be reversed by the desire of the people watching them unfold. The families who sat in medical facilities with children who were visibly declining and inexplicably failing to respond to treatment were not failing to love those children adequately. They were failing to understand a situation that had been specifically engineered to be incomprehensible from their position, and the engineering had worked. They did everything the love of parents in that situation could do. They did not know that what they were doing it for was not the child they had been trying to do it for all along. They buried what they believed were their children. They carried the loss forward into the rest of their lives in the way that the loss of a child is carried, not as something that diminishes with time into manageability, but as something that becomes, over time, more deeply woven into the structure of the life that continues around it, present in the specific and irreplaceable ways that absence is present when what is absent has been loved. They did not know that what they were carrying was a loss that had been manufactured for them. They did not know that their actual children were alive. They did not know, and they were not meant to know, and the institution that had arranged things this way had decided, and continued to decide for as long as the classification held, that not knowing was what was required of them. The Spartans who had been those children, who had grown up in the program, been augmented by the program, been deployed by the program into the wars the program had been built to address, had varying relationships to the knowledge of what had been done to them and to their families. The program's records, where they address this dimension of the Spartan-IIIs' psychological life at all, do so with the clinical language of psychological assessment, rather than the human language of people processing what it means to have been taken from everything you came from and made into a weapon before you were old enough to evaluate the trade. Some of the Spartans appear, in the assessments, to have incorporated the knowledge of their origins into their identity in ways that did not produce significant ongoing psychological disruption. Not because the knowledge was not disturbing, but because the psychological architecture the program had built and the cohort identity that had formed across the training years provided a framework within which the knowledge could be held without becoming incapacitating. Some carried it more visibly, in the ways that the assessor's language registers without fully naming, the behavioral patterns that suggest a weight being managed rather than resolved, the specific absence of certain kinds of emotional engagement that speaks to the presence of feelings that have been learned, across years of training, in an environment that required their suppression, not to express. None of them had been given the opportunity to decide, at 6 years old or at 14, or at the age they were when they first understood the full character of what had been done, whether the trade was one they would have made. This is the irreducible thing, Not whether the program's decisions were justified by their outcomes, not whether the war required what the program did, but the simple fact that the people most directly affected by those decisions were never in a position to be asked. The institution decided on their behalf, and the institution's authority to make that decision on their behalf was the authority of power over the powerless, of the large over the small, of the necessary over the actual. The Spartan-III orphans came to the program carrying a different kind of loss than the one the Spartan-Is had been made to sustain. They had not been taken from families who were alive and grieving. The war had already taken their families. The Covenant had already burned the worlds, or the ships, or the specific installations that had held the people who had constituted home and safety and the ordinary human context of a childhood that was not being lived in a classified training facility on a world that didn't exist. They came to the program having already learned loss in the most direct and least pedagogical way available, not as a lesson administered by an institution with a curriculum objective, but as the actual experience of having the thing they had loved removed from the world without their consent and without the possibility of appeal. The program's recruitment had found them at this specific intersection of loss and resilience, had sought them there, had assessed the particular combination of devastation and survival as the psychological profile it needed, and had recruited them with the understanding that their grief made them more useful for the purpose the program had designed. This is one of the things that is most difficult to hold about the Spartan-III program. Not just that it recruited orphans, but that it recruited them because they were orphans, because the loss they had already endured had produced in them a relationship to survival and to risk and to the continuation of effort in the face of catastrophic cost that the program had assessed as the profile it needed for soldiers who were going to be asked to fight without the expectation of coming home. The grief that the war had given them was not incidental to their recruitment. It was the condition of it. Alpha Company, 300 children of grief, taken to a world that didn't exist, trained to accomplish a mission they would not survive, sent to Pegasi Delta, and lost there. The rain on the facility's exterior plating, the dying reactor hum, the silence on the channels. Beta Company, 418, K749, 3 days, all of them. The silence after is not the silence of a story that has been resolved. It is the silence of an accounting that has been completed and that produces, when the final numbers are entered, a figure that the accounting language of strategic necessity is not adequate to hold. They were children when they came to the program. Gamma Company came home. The Cat 6 exceptions were pulled from their companies before the missions and survived. The Spartan-IIIs, who had made it through the war, were alive, carrying in their augmented bodies the physical record of what had been done to them, and in their memories, the operational record of what they had done with it. The survivors of the program existed, in the post-war world, as the specific people that the program had made of the specific people they had been before the program reached them, carrying the double weight of what they were and what had been done to make them what they were. What survival meant for them is not a thing the program's records can address, because the program's records were not designed to address it. The survival of soldiers built for extreme operational use in conditions that ended many of them is not a category the program's planning frameworks had prioritized, because the planning had not been built around the expectation of significant survival. What do you do with a life on the other side of everything you were built to do, when the building itself consumed most of the people who were built alongside you? What does it mean to be extraordinary in the specific ways the program made you extraordinary, in a world that no longer needs exactly what you were made for, in exactly the way it needed it before? The question is not unanswerable, but it is not answerable by the program that built the people who are carrying it. The falling snow on a quiet colony world, somewhere in the human sphere, on one of the worlds whose ordinariness had been the thing the Spartans had been built to protect. The specific texture of civilian life, proceeding in its ordinary rhythms of work and family, and the small dailiness of existence that institutions of strategic scale find difficult to center in their accounting, carries in it the weight of what was done so that the snow could continue to fall on that world, and the people on it could continue to live under it, without knowing the full character of what had stood between them and the alternative. The handwritten letters that were never sent, the letters from families who did not know there was anyone to send them to, who did not know their children were alive somewhere, who had grieved and continued living without the specific knowledge that would have made their grieving different, rustle with the particular sound of words addressed to an absence that was not what it appeared to be. The program built saviors. The program built them from children. Both of these things are real, and the doubleness is the thing that cannot be resolved into a simpler formulation without losing what is most honest about the history. The macro question has its answer now. How far did humanity go to build the saviors it could not live without? It went this far. It went as far as it believed it had to, generation after generation, each generation moving the boundary of what was acceptable a little further from where the previous generation had placed it, because survival kept demanding more, and demand, once admitted, tends to find its supply. It went from adult volunteers to stolen children, to orphan children spent on suicide missions, and then it stopped. Not because it reached a limit it had placed on itself in advance, but because the war that made each escalation thinkable ended before the next escalation was required. The boundary had not been found. The war had ended. These are not the same thing. The program's history requires that they not be treated as the same thing, because treating them as the same thing is the institutional habit that allows the accounting to be closed without the closing being earned. The boundary had not been found. The war had ended. And what the institution would have done if the war had continued and the next threshold had needed to be crossed is not a question the record can answer, because the record ends before the answer was required. It ends there, in the snow, in the silence, in the weight of what was done and what was not done, and what was prepared but not required, in the falling of something cold and ordinary on worlds that are still here because something extraordinary stood in front of them and held. Institutions do not remember the way people remember. A person who has done something wrong carries it in the specific, embodied way of consciousness that cannot fully separate itself from its own history. The knowledge resident in a place that sleep and distraction and the passage of time alter but do not empty. The thing that is still there in the quiet moments when the defenses are down and the accounting the waking mind has been deferring presents itself anyway. An institution carries its history differently. It carries it in records, which can be classified, in personnel who retire and are replaced by people who were not present for the things the records describe, in culture, which shifts across generations of institutional membership in the specific ways that culture shifts when the people who formed it are no longer the people sustaining it, and the sustaining is being done by people whose relationship to the formative history is mediated rather than direct. An institution can do something of great consequence, and then, through the ordinary mechanisms of time and turnover and the management of what is disclosed and what is not, arrive at a condition in which the thing it has done is not forgotten exactly, but is not present in the way that it would be present in a person who had done it, is present instead in the way of something filed, something managed, something that the institution relates to as history rather than as itself. The UNC that administered the post-war Spartan program was not the same institution in its personnel as the UNC that had authorized the Spartan-II abductions or approved the Spartan-III suicide mission doctrine. Some of the people who had made those decisions were still in positions of institutional authority in the post-war period. Some had retired, some had died. The specific individuals who had signed the authorizing documents, whose names appear in the classified record at the points where the program's most consequential decisions were formalized, were distributed across those outcomes in the proportions that the passage of time and the actuarial realities of human life distribute the people who make consequential decisions in wartime, without regard to whether the consequential decisions they made were ones that should have been made or ones that should have been refused. None of them were asked, in any formal institutional context, to account for what they had authorized. This is the fact that the post-war Spartan program's existence as a reformed and publicly acknowledged institution sits beside, without resolving, the fact that the reform was genuine in its specific character, that the IVs were genuinely different from their predecessors in the ways the institutional narrative claimed, and that the people responsible for the things from which the reform had departed had not been asked by any institutional process to account for those things. There was no tribunal, there was no formal inquiry. There was no process by which the UNSCI's institutional relationship to what it had done was examined in the specific, named, individual way that genuine institutional reckoning requires, the way that requires identifying what was decided and who decided it, and what the deciding produced, and whether the people who decided were in a position to understand what they were deciding, and whether understanding would have changed what they decided. The classification that had protected the program's history during the war continued, in modified form, to protect it in the aftermath, not with the same totalizing thoroughness that wartime classification had maintained, but with enough residual structure to ensure that the most specific and most damaging dimensions of the program's record remained inaccessible to the audiences who would have used them to demand the accounting that the institution had not initiated on its own. The partial disclosures that occurred in the post-war period were managed disclosures, information released through channels and in forms that the institution controlled, calibrated to the amount of truth that could be acknowledged without producing the kind of sustained institutional examination that full disclosure might have initiated. The Spartan-III program's existence became a matter of record in the general sense that people with access to the relevant forums knew it had existed. The specific character of the suicide mission doctrine, the explicit, designed expendability of the soldiers the program had produced, remained in the classified record where it had always been. The people who made up the Spartan-IV program, the adults who had volunteered, who had signed the documents and undergone the augmentation and put on the GEN-II MJOLNIR, and taken on the designation and the identity of a Spartan branch soldier, had a relationship to the program's history that was shaped by what they had been told and what they had not been told, in the specific ways that institutional history always shapes the people who enter institutions whose full history has not been disclosed to them. They knew, in the general terms that the post-war partial disclosure had made available, that the Spartan program had a complicated history, that the Spartan-II program had involved methods that would not have been sanctioned under peacetime conditions, that the Spartan-III program had deployed soldiers in ways that the new program's design explicitly moved away from. They knew the general shape of what had preceded them, the specific weight of it, the specific character of the abductions and the augmentation casualties, and the companies spent on missions with no extraction plans, was not uniformly accessible to them at the level of detail that would have made the history fully legible rather than broadly acknowledged. They had joined a program that was, by the standards of the programs that had preceded it, genuinely reformed in its relationship to the people it recruited. They had joined, knowing this, and having found the knowing sufficient to choose the program. Whether the knowing was sufficient in a deeper sense, whether knowing the general shape of what the institution had done and finding the current form of it acceptable constitutes a fully informed relationship to institutional membership in an institution with this specific history, is a question that the Spartan-IVs themselves were not in a uniform position to evaluate, because the information required to evaluate it fully was not uniformly available to them. The living Spartans of the earlier generations, the Spartan-IIIs who had survived the war and continued to serve alongside the IVs in the new Spartan branch. The Spartan-III survivors, who occupied their more complicated position in the institution's restructured identity, carried in their presence a form of institutional memory that no document could replicate, because it was not information but experience, not the record of what had been done, but the residue of having been present while it was being done, and having been, in varying senses and to varying degrees, the thing that was done to. Their relationship to the new institution was the relationship of people who know more of the real history than the institutional narrative presents, who carry that knowledge in bodies that are themselves the physical record of the history they carry, and who exist in an institutional context that is not quite able to fully accommodate what they represent, that presents them as honored predecessors and quiet elders and living links to the program's heroic past, without being able to fully present them as the living evidence of what the program had actually been willing to do. The Spartan-IIs in their GN1 armor, alongside the Spartan-IVs in their GN2 configurations, the difference between the two suit generations visible to anyone who knew what they were looking at, the bespoke engineering of armor built for 33 specific people, carrying in its physical form the evidence of a program that had invested that level of individual attention in each of those 33 people because the program had been designed around their preservation, were living embodiments of a distinction that the institutional narrative of the unified Spartan branch somewhat obscured. They were not the same kind of Spartan as the people they were serving alongside. They were what a Spartan was when the institution that built Spartans had treated its product as irreplaceable. The comparison was not flattering to the programs that had decided irreplaceability was a luxury the war could not afford. The Spartan program, as a mirror held up to reflect humanity's understanding of itself, produces an image that is not comfortable to look at for long. What it reflects is not the specific decisions of specific individuals, the scientists and administrators and intelligence officers and military commanders who made the decisions the program required and who must be named and held specifically responsible in any full accounting, and who have not been named and held in the public institutional accounting that the post-war period has produced. What it reflects, beyond those specific decisions, is the structure of reasoning that made the decisions available. The logic that begins with survival as the overriding value and proceeds, with remarkable consistency across 4 generations and more than half a century of institutional history, to whatever the current generation of the program's designers has concluded that survival requires. The logic is not aberrant. It is the logic that institutions under existential pressure reliably produce, and the specific decisions that the Spartan program made were the decisions that this logic reliably generates when it is applied to the specific conditions the program faced. This is what makes the Spartan program a mirror rather than an aberration. If it were an aberration, if the decisions it made were the product of specific moral failures unique to specific individuals, operating outside the boundaries of what institutional decision-making normally produces, the mirror would be less useful. The mirror is useful because the logic was not aberrant. Because the reasoning that produced each generation's decisions was the reasoning that institutions in similar positions tend to produce. Because the distance between the decisions the Spartan program made and the decisions that any institution applying the same reasoning under the same pressures would make is not as large as the decision's specific content might suggest. The distant hum of a post-war shipyard, where new ships are being built rather than consumed, the infrastructure of a civilization that has survived its most extreme trial and is attending to the work of survival in its ordinary, constructive, forward-looking form, carries in it the particular sound of continuation. Things are being built. The species is still here to build them. The soldiers who held the line while the building was interrupted are still here too, in whatever institutional form the program has taken, standing in the quiet between one crisis and the next, in the way of people who have been built for crisis and who carry the building in their bodies, regardless of whether the crisis is currently present. The slow, measured breathing of a Spartan at rest, in the quiet of a facility that does not need, in this particular moment, to be anything other than the place where people who have been built for extreme things exist in the absence of the extreme thing, has the quality of patience. Not peace, exactly. The distinction matters. Peace is the condition of having arrived at resolution. Patience is the condition of continuing in the absence of resolution, of sustaining the capacity for action while the action is not yet required. The Spartans have always been better at patience than peace, because the program that built them was not designed around peace as a condition they would need to inhabit. They inhabited anyway, in the way that people inhabit conditions they were not designed for, imperfectly, carrying the design in bodies that have not forgotten what they were made for, waiting in the way of things built for extreme occasions, for the occasion that will require them again. The program continues. The institution that produced the program continues. The classified files that hold the full history of what the institution did continue to be classified, at levels that continue to be managed by the institution whose history they document. The partial accounting that the post-war period has produced continues to be partial, in the ways that partial accounting tends to persist when the institution that would need to complete it has not found a compelling reason to do so. And the unresolved question, the one the philosophical reckoning stage of the macro loop has always been carrying, the one that the emotional resolution of Section 16 answered at the human level without answering at the institutional level, continues to wait for its answer in the space where the institution that should answer it continues to decline the answering. What does it mean to owe your species' existence to a crime you cannot undo? Not, was it worth it? Not, would you make the same decision again? Not the strategic question, or the hypothetical question, or the question that can be answered by pointing at the survival as evidence of the answer. The question beneath all of those questions, the one that the survival does not answer, because the survival is the result, and the question is about the cost, and results and costs are not the same accounting. What does it mean? The institution does not answer this question. The institution manages it, files it, classifies it, allows partial access to it through managed disclosure processes, presents a reformed version of itself as evidence that the question has been addressed in the only way available, which is to change what the institution does going forward without accounting for what it has done. The question remains. It will remain for as long as the history remains, which is to say, it will remain. The shipyard hums. The ships are being built. The Spartan in the quiet of the facility breathes in and breathes out with the patience of someone who has been built to wait as effectively as they have been built to act. The post-war world goes about the work of being a post-war world, which is the work of reconstruction and recovery, and the gradual, incomplete, always partial process of making sense of what happened and what it cost, and what the species that survived it is going to decide it is, going forward, on the basis of what it has learned about what it is capable of doing to itself when it decides that survival requires it. The answer to the unresolved question is not in the shipyard, or the facility, or the archived files, or the reformed program, or the armor in the display cases, or the memorial wall with its classified names. It is in whatever the species decides to do with the question, whether it decides to ask it, fully and honestly, and without the institutional distances that have protected the program's history from that kind of asking, whether it decides that the cost of asking is worth the discomfort of the answer, whether it decides that knowing what it is capable of, in full, is more useful to it going forward than the managed version of knowing that has served the institution's needs since before the first child was taken from their bed on a night that passed quietly, without incident, exactly as it had been designed to do. That decision has not yet been made. The breathing continues, measured and patient, in the hum of a facility that exists in the quiet, between crises, tended by people whose bodies are the physical record of everything the program decided was necessary, waiting for whatever comes next, with the particular readiness of things that have been built for readiness and have not yet been told they can stop. Come back, now, to the beginning. Come back to the image that opened this history, the soldiers in green armor, standing in the space between ordinary human life and the fire coming down from the sky, the miracle that the embattled species needed and that the embattled species built and that turned. When the history is held fully and without the institutional distances that have always softened its edges, out to have been built the way miracles in the human world are always built, at a cost that the people who needed the miracle did not pay themselves, and that the people who paid it were not always in a position to refuse. Hold the image now with everything the history has added to it. The armor is the same armor. The soldiers inside it are the same soldiers, the same people, carrying the same augmented bodies and the same operational histories and the same specific weight of having been the thing that stood in that space and held it. What is different is the knowing of what it took to produce the person inside the armor, what was done, and to whom, and at whose authorization, and under whose institutional protection, and for whose ultimate benefit. The image does not become less true when the knowing is added to it. It becomes more complicated, and the complication is the honest version of the image, the version that honors what the Spartans actually were, rather than the version that the institution needed the public to receive. There were 4 generations. The first, the Orion soldiers. Adults who volunteered for procedures that were too crude and too ambitious for what adult physiology could sustain, who were broken in significant numbers by what they had agreed to, who generated in their breaking the data that made everything that followed possible, who were absorbed into the institutional machinery that had used them and were not acknowledged and were not recognized and were eventually, long after most of them had completed their service or their lives, designated retroactively as Spartan-IIs in the quiet administrative gesture of an institution tidying its own history. They were the beginning that the program chose not to remember as its beginning. They were the foundation that the monument was built on, without acknowledgement that the monument rested on anything. The second, the Spartan fawns. 75 children, taken in a single night from worlds they would not see again, replaced with biological copies, engineered to die in their place, so that the families left behind would have something to grieve and nothing to investigate. 30 who did not survive the augmentation process, not casualties of the war, but casualties of the program's ambition, the specific cost of discovering, at the level of 30 children's lives, exactly how far the science could be pushed before the bodies it was being pushed in stopped cooperating. 33 who emerged from the augmentation bays as something the program had designed them to be, and who spent the following decades being that thing, in a war that needed it, and who carried in their extraordinary bodies the full weight of the ordinary lives the program had decided they did not need. The third, the Spartan-IIIs. The war-orphaned children who came to the program already knowing loss and were recruited because that knowing made them more useful for the purpose the program had designed, cheaper to augment, faster to train, explicitly expendable in ways the Spartan-IIIs had not been, built from the start for missions the planning acknowledged they would not survive. Alpha Company 300, Pegasi Delta, approximately 298 gone. Beta Company 418, K749, none returned. Gamma Company, alive by the accident of the war's timing, sealed in a Forerunner shield world with an artificial sun, surviving the fate the program had prepared for them because the war ended before the paperwork completed. The Cat 6 exceptions pulled from their companies before the missions by people who had decided, in advance, which of these children were worth keeping and had sent the rest. The fourth, the Spartan-IVs. Adults, volunteers, consent obtained, the explicit inversion of the program's founding sin. No abductions, no children, no flash clone replacements grieved by families who did not know they were grieving the wrong loss. A public institution, a formal branch, the reform that the institution offered as its answer to the history that had preceded it. Genuine in what it changed. Silent about what it had not changed. Still the same institution, operating under the same classification regime, managed by people who had not been asked to account for what their predecessors had done. 4 generations. One line, from the volunteers who were the first, to the children who were taken, to the orphans who were spent, to the adults who chose. The arc of the program's history is the arc of an institution learning, across half a century, how to produce what it needed from human beings, learning which methods worked and which did not, refining the production across each iteration, arriving eventually at a form that could be made public without destroying the institution's ability to function in the world that had survived the war it had been built to serve. The arc does not resolve into redemption. The program did not earn redemption through the Spartan-IV program's consent and volunteers, because redemption is not a thing that is earned by changing your current methods, while the record of your previous methods remains classified. Redemption, in the full sense of the word, requires accounting, requires the naming of what was done and who did it, and what it cost the people it cost it, in a context where the naming has consequence, rather than simply serving as the historical record of an institution that has moved on. The UNSCI has not provided this accounting. The classification that makes it unavailable is still in place. The people who authorized the taking of children have not been named in any public forum that gave the naming weight. The accounting has not been done. The Spartans were extraordinary. What was done to build them was a wrong. Neither of these facts diminishes the other. Both of them are the history. The bargain that the species made, generation after generation, each generation moving the boundary further than the previous one had placed it, each escalation producing the justification for the next in the particular logic of institutions that have decided survival is the value that all other values are organized around, was not a bargain made in a single moment by a single hand. It was made incrementally, in the distributed way of institutional decisions that accumulate across years of smaller choices, until the destination they have been moving toward arrives without anyone having had to authorize the destination directly. Orion became the Spartan-IIIs. The Spartan-IIIs' insufficiency became the Spartan-IIIs. The Spartan-IIIs' darkness became the question of what the next darkness would have been if the war had continued long enough to require it. The boundary had not been found. The war had ended. And the species that survived the war is now the species that knows, or could know, if it chose to look, what it was willing to do to survive it. This is not a comfortable thing to be. It is an honest thing to be. And honesty about what a species has demonstrated it is capable of when survival is the organizing value is more useful to the future than the managed version of the history that has been provided in the managed version's place. The question that remains, the one that the history places in the keeping of anyone willing to hold it, is not the strategic question or the operational question or the question about whether the outcomes justified the methods. Those questions have been answered, in the various registers in which they can be answered, by the record that this history has traced. The question that remains is the one beneath all of those, the one that the institutional accounting will not address, because the institutional accounting is not designed for questions of this kind. What does a species do with the knowledge of what it is capable of? Not, what did it do? What does it do, now, going forward, with the knowledge that this is in the range of what it will do when it decides the circumstances require it? Does it build structures that constrain the logic before the logic reaches the conclusions it has demonstrated it will reach when unconstrained? Does it acknowledge, in the formal and named and consequential way of genuine reckoning, what was done, so that the doing has weight in the institutional memory, rather than the weight of it being borne only by the people whose bodies and lives and families constituted the cost? Does it decide that knowing what it is capable of is the beginning of a different kind of institutional history, one in which the question of what survival requires is asked with the full knowledge of what the question has previously been answered with? These are not questions the history can answer. They are questions the history makes it impossible for anyone paying attention to avoid. The snow is still falling on the quiet colony worlds. The handwritten letters are still where they always were, in the drawers and the boxes, and the particular places where people put things they cannot send and cannot discard, addressed to names that were taken from those addresses on a night that passed quietly, without incident, as it had been designed to pass. The memorial wall holds its classified names in the particular silence of things that are acknowledged and not fully named, the silence of an institution that has decided this is as far as the acknowledgement goes, for now, until the next decision about how far is made. The armor in the display cases catches the light of memorial facilities on worlds that are still here, and the light falls on ceramic composite that was built for specific bodies that were built for a specific purpose, and the purpose was served, and the serving is not nothing, and neither is the cost. The ambient sound is fading now. The hum of machinery grows quieter, as though the machinery of this history is slowly powering down to standby, the reactors cycling to a lower register, the servo motors returning to rest, the recycled air carrying less of its operational charge and more of the particular quality of air in a space that has become, for now, simply a space, not a facility, not a classified installation, not the location of something consequential, just a place where the night is settling and the telling is almost done. The forerunner hum that resonated through the ground on Onyx, that deep, ancient, inhuman register of machinery, built at a scale and to a standard that human engineering has never attempted, is very far away now, in the past, in the shield world, where a small group of survivors breathed in the light of an artificial sun and waited for a door to open and a war to end. The door opened, the war ended. They came home. The breath slows. 4 generations, and the line from the first to the last, and the names that can be spoken and the names that cannot, and the children who were taken and the children who were spent, and the children who survived by the accident of the war's timing, and the adults who came after and chose. The Orion soldiers, first, in the beginning, who volunteered and were broken, and whose bodies generated the knowledge that made everything else possible, and who were not thanked and are not known, and were the beginning that the program preferred not to remember as its beginning. And then the night, and then reach, and the cold mountain air, and the boots on frosted grass before dawn, and then the augmentation bays, and the 30, and the 33 who came through, and then the jungle dark, on a world that didn't exist, and then Pegasi Delta, and the rain on scorched alloy, and the silence on the channels, and then K749, and 3 days, and the last signal, and the nothing after, and then a shield world, and a small group breathing in an artificial dawn, waiting, and then a war ending, the way wars end, not with a clean moment, but with a gradual, messy, provisional resolution that leaves behind more questions than it resolves, and a landscape that will take generations to make legible. And then the armor in the display case. And then the question, placed in the quiet at the end of the telling, where the listener can sit with it in the dark, as the sound fades, and the voice grows quieter, and the pace of the words slows to the pace of breathing settling towards sleep, of the particular depth of the breath that comes at the end of a long and difficult and honest reckoning with something real. The breath, the quiet, the snow on the colony worlds, falling in the dark, on ground that is still here. The Spartans, standing in the silence between one crisis and the next, in armor that hums with the weight of everything it took to build them, patient as things built for readiness are always patient, waiting in the particular stillness of soldiers for whom waiting and readiness are the same condition, for whom the space between the necessary things is simply the space where the necessary things have not yet arrived, and where the holding of that space is itself a kind of service, even when the service is invisible, even when the world it is being rendered to does not know it is being rendered, even in the long, deep, dreamless dark between one crisis and whatever comes next. The sound fades, the armor is still, the snow falls, sleep